mute, unmute.
Actually, sir, NAAC has inculcated this culture of punctuality.
Yes, I know. I think I'm not late, isn't it?
Yes.
Wait for 1 minute. Wait for 1 minute.
Yes, I think technical procedures have to be fulfilled.
Now you must start.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. I, Dr. Shayanti Mukhopadhyay Talukdar, Coordinator of IQAC, Srirampur Girls College and Associate Professor of Philosophy, take pleasure in announcing that Srirampur Girls College, Srirampur, West Bengal, in collaboration with Bidhan Chandra College, Rishra, West Bengal, have organized a national level webinar on revised NAAC assessment and accreditation process for affiliated colleges. On behalf of the Chief Patron, Dr. Sudipta Roy, President of Governing Body, Srirampur Girls College and Bidhan Chandra College, an Honorable Member of Legislative Assembly, Srirampur, Dr. Shoma Roy, Principal of Srirampur Girls College, Dr. Ramesh Kaur, Vice Principal, Bidhan Chandra College, Mr. Sadhunath Kundu, Associate Professor, IQAC Coordinator, Bidhan Chandra College, and Dr. Shormishtha Moitro, Associate Professor of English and ex-IQAC Coordinator. I welcome you all wholeheartedly and cordially to this national webinar on NAAC. We have with us two very esteemed resource persons, Dr. Ganesh Anand Hegre, Advisor NAAC Bangalore, and Dr. Siddhartha Gupta, Principal, Bankura Jila Sharodamani Mohila Mahavidyapit, West Bengal. We feel privileged and honored, sir, that you are going to share your valuable words, thoughts, and opinions on this very important subject. We are grateful to you because you have given us your valuable time, rather made time for us out of your extremely busy schedule to both our colleges. With your highlighting of the essential points of the revised NAAC procedure, we are sure to be benefited tremendously. Education plays a vital role in building a nation, rather in the development of any nation. Therefore, there is premium on both quantity and quality of higher education. The National Assessment and Accreditation Council has been set up to facilitate the volunteering institutions to assess their performance as well as set parameters through introspection and a process that provides space for participation of institutions. It is heartening that the revised process of NAAC has brought in new spirit, and this has been attempted as a continuance of NAAC's concern for ensuring that its processes are in tune with local, regional, and global changes in higher education scenario. The main focus of the revision process has been to enhance the redeeming features of the accreditation process and make them more robust, objective, transparent, and scalable, as well as make it ICT enabled. It also has reduced the duration of accreditation process. Now, before we proceed to the very important technical sessions, I would request the Chief Patron, Dr. Sudipta Roy, the President of Governing Body of Srirampur Girls College and Bidhan Chandra College, Honorable MLA Srirampur, to deliver his inaugural speech. But before that, a few words on our beloved Dr. Sudipta Roy. Dr. Sudipta Roy is an honorable member of Legislative Assembly of Srirampur for 2 subsequent terms. He is an eminent doctor, social worker, our beloved Dr. Babu, President of Governing Body of both the colleges. He was the past president of Indian Medical Council. At present, he is the member of Medical Council of India and extremely popular within the doctors community. He is also the recipient of BC National Award, editor of widely circulated medical journal, Zima member of governing body of 2 government medical colleges. Now the stage is all yours. I would request Honorable Dr. Sudipto Roy to deliver his inaugural speech. Sir, kindly do the needful. Thank you, sir.
Good morning, everyone. I am really delighted to give the inaugural speech in this very important national seminar on revised NAAC assessment and accreditation process for affiliated colleges. This seminar is being jointly organized by Sirampur Girls College and Disha Dr. Bidhan Chandra Rai College. I'm also glad to mention in both the colleges I am the president of the governing body, and both the colleges improved a lot after we took over in the management. And you'll also glad to know that the teachers and the students are also working very hard for improvement of the studies of these 2 colleges. And both the colleges are affiliated with University of Calcutta. It will also it will also be mentioned here that both the resources persons are very well known. Professor Ganesh Anand Hegde and Professor Siddhartha Gupta will be also glad that both the speakers will definitely enlighten us with this very important topic. I also thank Professor Shoma Roy, principal of Sirampur Girls College, and Professor Ramesh Chandra Kaur, acting principal of Bidhan Chandra College. And both the colleges has improved a lot during their regime. I also thank Professor Sharmishta Moitra, Sadhunath, Professor Sadhunath, and others, the participating teachers and also the attending the persons. National Assessment Accreditation Council is assigned the task to assess quality of education, infrastructure, teaching and learning, and its income and overall development of the students to be responsible citizen. Few months back, NAAC published guidelines for its revised assessment and accreditation for affiliated colleges. It includes many activities of colleges for assessment, which ultimately improve the quality of the colleges. But the colleges are very much worried about how they will score high points. Speakers definitely will guide us to how to achieve this goal. And it can be mentioned that both the colleges, Sirampur Girls College and Bidhan Chandra College, both are affiliated with NAAC. With these few words, thank you everybody participating, and also thank Professor Hegde and Professor Gupta. Thank you all. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much. I thank Dr. Sudipto Roy for your inaugural speech, which was indeed very heartening. Thank you, sir. Now I will request Dr. Shoma Roy, principal of Sirampur Girls College, to deliver her welcome address. Over to you, ma'am.
Good morning, everybody. Respected speaker, Professor Ganesh Anand Thekre, Advisor NAAC, respected President of Governing Body of both colleges, Dr. Sudipto Roy, respected Speaker, Dr. Siddhartha Gupta, Principal, Bardowan, Bakura Jila Saudamoni Mohila Mahavidyapit, respected and teachers of different colleges. It is a privilege to extend my sincerest welcome to all of you in the national webinar on revised NAAC assessment and accreditation process for affiliated colleges, organized by Srirampur Girls College in collaboration with Bidhan Chandra College, Risra. At first, I extend my heartfelt gratitude and thanks to Professor Ganesh Anand Thegre for being with us to deliver a valuable, informative, and resourceful lecture. Sir, since the publication of guidelines of this revised accreditation and assessment process, we, the principals, IQSC members, are very much worried about how to score better in next cycle. I hope that today's discussion will reduce our anxiety to some extent. We will remain grateful to you, sir, for devoting some of your precious time for this webinar. I convey my heartfelt thanks to Dr. Siddhartha Gupta, Principal, Bakura Jila Saudamoni Mohila Mahavidyapit, for delivering his valuable time for the speech on teaching and learning, the criteria 2 of our self SSR of NAAC in this webinar platform. I hope a fruitful and enlightening discussion in this webinar which will make it a grand success. We are grateful to Dr. Sudipto Roy for being with us in this webinar. He always inspires the family of Srirampur Girls College to be always engaged in the service for our students with full devotion. Dr. Ramesh Chandrakar, Vice Principal, Bidhan Chandra College, Risra, deserves special thanks for this collaborative work. At present, human civilization is under threat due to outbreak of COVID-19 pandemic. Status quo prevails in almost every domain of human activity. But it is our great belief that we can overcome this disaster by extending our cooperation and love for each other. At last, I wish good health with sound mind for all of us in this COVID pandemic period. Thanks to all of you for joining in this webinar. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, for your heartfelt kind words as the welcome address. Now I will invite Dr. Ramesh Kaur, Vice Principal, Bidhan Chandra College, to say a few words about the webinar. Over to you, sir.
Thank you. Good morning, everybody. Respected President of Governing Body, Dr. Honorable dignitaries and affectionate students. It is really a great pleasure and privilege to be present in the national webinar organized by the IPC of Srirampur Girls College and IPC of Bidhan Chandra College, Risla. It is very good work to we are present here. Being the head of the institute, I must congratulate the IPC of Srirampur Girls College and IPC of Bidhan Chandra College, especially Dr. Somara, Principal of Sirampur Girls College, as she has taken initiative to organize the national webinar. First of all, I, on behalf of the Institute, most welcome respected research person, Dr. Ganesh Anand Hegde, advisor of NAAC, Bangalore, and Dr. Siddhartha Gupta, Principal, Bankura Jila Sarodamani Mohila Mohavidyapet. I would be immensely grateful as they have responded to our invitation despite their busy schedule. I convey my best wishes to our all governing body member for moral support to organize the national webinar. To encourage the healthy competition among the providers of higher education and also to enhance its quality with a higher access in it. An autonomous body like NAAC must function effectively with its unbiased criteria of assessment and accreditation. I do hope that the theme of the webinar will help us understand the effectiveness of the new standards prescribed by the NAAC along with their proper implementation for enlarging the horizon of higher education in India. So far as the forthcoming assessment and accreditation of these two colleges by NAAC are concerned, both colleges are almost on the same boat as both of us are going to face the same evolution process. It would surely guide, facilitate, and stimulate everybody associated with these two colleges to be adequately equipped and properly prepared to meet the peer team visit of the NAAC with due competence and confidence. I am sure today's discussion and deliberation help us to improve the overall performance of the two colleges in the upcoming days. I sincerely believe that this kind of webinar would open up a positive rapport among the students and teachers of both colleges. Once again, thanking you all. Namaskar.
Sound is disturbing the screen. Can you just check from whose computer it's coming? Can you just check it?
I have completed. Hello. I'm audible?
Sayanti,
Hello.
madam, let's go. Madam, hello. Hello.
Yeah, we can hear you, madam.
Hello. Madam.
Sorry, ma'am. Extremely sorry. I got disconnected. There was some net problem. Now
Okay,
I have
okay.
resumed again. I'm extremely sorry.
Thank you.
Okay, I do thank Dr. Ramesh Kaur, Vice Principal, on which very enlightening speech. Now, before we proceed to technical sessions, I would request Dr. Shormishtha Moitru, Associate Professor of English and ex-IQAC Coordinator, to introduce the first speaker, the eminent resource person, Dr. Ganesh Anand Hegde, Advisor, NAAC, Bangalore. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you, Dr. Talukdar, for giving me the chance to introduce Dr. Hegde. Dr. Ganesh Anand Hegde hardly needs any introduction to the Indian academicians. Still, to cater to the protocol to introduce the speaker before his speech, here I go. Dr. Hegde, advisor NAAC Bangalore, is an expert academician in the assessment and accreditation arena in India today. He has been at the helm of affairs at the country's top assessment body, NAAC, in several capacities. He is keenly involved in framing the assessment framework for NAAC for the last 2 decades. He has taken a vital role in assessing and accrediting more than 1,400, 1,400, just imagine, institutions of higher learning across the country. In addition to this, he has involved himself profusely in designing and conceptualizing assessment manuals in specialized areas like health, teacher education, guidelines, publications, etc. He holds a doctorate degree in mass communication and journalism from the University of Mysore. True to his spirit, Dr. Hegre has organized special workshops for principals and faculty members for undergoing the process of accreditation. We can say he's a teacher of the teachers. He has conducted several accessors training. He has conducted several assessors training program. That's why I called him teacher of the teachers at NAAC for vice chancellors, professors, and principals all over the country for training prospective NAAC peer team experts. In addition, he has coordinated the review of 66 academic staff colleges of UGC and submitted a report. He has been instrumental bringing out the internal quality assurance guidelines and other publications. I think all of us are benefited for all these works which he has done. Now, coming back to him, Dr. Hegre has equally contributed his professional prowess in international arena as well. He has participated and contributed to national and international seminars on higher education, assessment and accreditation, internal quality assurance system, quality in teacher education, best practices, and APQN online discussion, and so on. He has also participated and conducted training program for assessors abroad. He has been on the board of directors for INQUAHE, that is the short term of International Network of Quality Assurance Agencies in Higher Education, which is a worldwide association of over 200 organizations of quality assurance agencies. Dr. Hegre's vision is his vision to make quality and excellence the motto of higher education institutions in India. So he is a visionary educationist. Dr. Ganesh Anant Hegre has authored 2 books. We have gone through these books, all aspiring the cycles of NAAC. 2 books, one on information, communication, technology, and higher education, and the other is the 7 action points for IQAC. He has also co-authored 2 books for NAAC. One is on best practices of IQAC. It's an area which all of us are too much troubled with, don't know what to do, and really it's a good guideline. And other is the state-wise analysis of Punjab. Before joining NAAC, Dr. Hegre served as the publication executive in the Department of Science and Technology, Vigyan Prasha, Government of India, New Delhi. So I'm really privileged to introduce her. Now the platform is all yours. Over to you, Dr. Hegre.
Thank you, madam. Thank you, Dr. Susmita Sarmishta Mitra, madam, for introducing me to the audience here. I'll just share my screen here. Hope the screen is visible.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
The full screen has come?
Yes, sir. Program is Shagotam. Yes, sir.
Yes. So आप सभी को इस कार्यक्रम के लिए स्वागत है और on behalf of the Sri Rampur Girls College, Sri Rampur and Bidan Chandra College, Rista, I welcome all the participants for this webinar. Our director, Professor S.C. Sharma ji, has sent a special message to the Sri Rampur Girls College for organizing and taking lead for the benefit of all the faculty members and the students and all the stakeholders of the college for organizing this webinar. I also take this opportunity to congratulate the President, Dr. Sudipto Roy, for guiding all the colleges with his rich experience and expertise, both H means health and hygiene is more important during this COVID-19 situation, and being in the field for the medical from the last so many years, he has guided with his visionary leadership both the colleges. Hope the colleges will benefit out of his experience and expertise, and also encouraging the words which he has made during the inaugural speech. I also take this opportunity to congratulate Dr. Soma Roy, the principal, Dr. Suyanjana Bandra, Dr. Sandeep Majumdar, madam, the Dr. Upasana, Dr. Sadvanath Kundu, and Dr. Sayanti Mukhopadhyay ji, and a lot of people at the background has worked to make this webinar a successful one. On behalf of the NAAC and on behalf of the Sri Rampur Girls College, I welcome you all for this webinar. My salutation to all the gurus and also the matas who are viewing this or blessing this webinar. Why I am telling this one is that without the guru, you don't have the direction. The direction will come from the gurus who guide the student and many people for the good work. Akhanda mandalakaram vyaptam yena characharam tatpadam darshitam yena tasmai shri gurave namaha. My respect to all the teachers who are viewing this webinar. NAAC has got a vision. As Dr. Sudipta Roy said, the vision makes a lot of valuable inculcating values among the system. When the system has to run, it has to go with a vision statement. What you would like to become in the life is a vision statement. The NAAC would like to make the quality as a defining element of higher education in India through a combination of self and external quality evaluation. That means self study report जो स्वयं अध्ययन करके आप लोग जो NAAC के लिए भेज रहे हैं, that is a self evaluation which you are doing. The external evaluation is the one which NAAC does once in 5 years or once in 7 years, depends upon the validity period which NAAC does. NAAC is also taking up the promotion and sustenance initiative. One such activity is what we are doing today is through the webinar, and several other initiatives also NAAC has taken up. My request to the audience is that when you write a statement of the vision, it should be simple, it should be short, and it should be specific. For example, the Sri Rampur College, Girls College, will make the women empowerment as the outcome of the student. If you would like to see that what is the outcome, whether it is a program outcome, whether it is a course outcome, whether it is a personality development, how exactly you would like to specify with a vision to the mission statement. A mission statement is nothing but which gives you a direction. Suppose if you have to go for a long way, you will have a visionary statement. जैसा गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया का विजन स्टेटमेंट है, तो हम मंगल के लिए जाएंगे, मंगलायन करेंगे, ऐसा करके. This is a vision statement. Suppose the vision statement will have a mission statement, how to achieve the target. Suppose if the college, Srirampur Girls College, would like to become an autonomous college, for example, then the vision statement should specify that the autonomy in the higher education. How you will be able to do that one? There are some mission statement will be there. The NAAC has got the mission statement stating that the encouraging the self-evaluation and accountability in the higher education institution, and as well as innovations in higher education institution. That is the reason NAAC has brought out the third criteria, innovations in the research, innovation and extension. Some of the things may not be applicable to UG college. For PG college, innovations ecosystem is applicable. The accreditation is a periodic, once in 5 years. As your the semester will be of a 6 months period, the NAAC assessment is also a 5-year period. Accreditation validity will be there. It also stimulates the academic environment. When you go for an accreditation, it takes all type of the people. See, students, parents, alumni, employers, then the non-teaching staff, teaching staff, and also the management. See, NAAC is also looking about the collaborative with other stakeholders. Collaborative in the sense, it also collaborates with the foreign bodies and also the Indian thing. UGC, RUSA, state government, and many people are looking for the NAAC data. Even for the employer also, without noticing you, they will be seeing what the grade you have got, how many courses you are having, what students are doing in the classroom, and how the project-based learning will be there in the college. Undertaking the quality-related research studies, NAAC has taken several things. What I would like to share with you that the vision statement and the mission statement go hand in hand. As we are asking for the long-term plan and the short-term plan. A short-term plan may be the vision statement. A long-term plan may the vision statement. What you would like to become after 5 years or 10 years down the line, you need to look into it. A small change on our perspective can generate the miracles. As you see in the cartoon, the 6 what we have written in the front side, if you see, it will look like the 6. For the other person, it may be the 9. So how you interpret that one? So the same thing which you can interpret in a different manner. The way which you are looking into the problem may differ from one college to the other college. How we are doing, what we are doing, it depends upon. The mindset need to be changed. The young minds who are coming to your college, whether it's a girl or a boy to the college, they need to be molded properly during the last 3 years. Suppose next 3 years they will be with you. So you have to mold them. The mentor-mentee is more important. We should be thankful to that, the God we are alive. We should do everything we need to do, protect, help each other for the benefit of the mankind. Someone said in the cartoon, if you are going into the boat, you may be seeing that if you reach the land, oh, we have reached the land. Some other person may be saying that from land he has to go to the sea, to the other places. He may be waiting for the boat. So the perspective will differ from the way which you are looking into the things. NAAC, Assessment and Accreditation Council, which does the assessment and accreditation, the perspective from one college to the other college will be different. सपोज मान लीजिए कूच बिहार का कॉलेज एक अलग हो सकता है, गोलपारा का कॉलेज एक अलग हो सकता है, और बर्दवान का कॉलेज के लिए अलग हो सकता है, और परगना 24 परगना कॉलेज के लिए अलग हो सकता है. द वे वी आर थिंकिंग द प्रॉब्लम विल बी डिफर फ्रॉम द one place to the other place. But how you are looking that problem into the prospective thing, how you will convert the problem into the prospective depends upon your core values. Your core value may depends upon the contribution to the national development. NAAC is looking these 5 core values, promoting this thing in the institutional, inculcating the value system among the students and the teachers, is because the value system has to become along with your educational system. For example, the discipline, for example, the timeline, for example, research ethics. For example, the water harvesting system. For example, just to give you one value system, a college is having the 4 floors in the women's college, and the college has got a board in the outside the class stating that if you are the last student who come from your classroom, kindly switch off the light in the fan in the class. That means the electricity usage is one of the things. It inculcates the value system. The student who is working there or studying there will have some value system. You can look into the various things, including the disciplinary thing when you come out from the colleges also. Fostering the global competences means the 3 things which is more important for the employer. One is communication skill. Second thing is that the knowledge component. Third thing is the skill component. The UGC is also making up the BWOC courses for the benefit of the students, promoting the use of technology today. Wi-Fi activity, internet connectivity is part of our life. 10 years back, it was not there. Today, we are having the webinar because the COVID-19 situation made us to sit in the home and work from the home. So how to make our body and the mind active, it depends upon the use of technology, and coming out of such a situation will make us the great. So quest for excellence is another thing. In the institution, what you need is a leadership, like Dr. Sudipto Roy is giving a good leadership to the college, which will make sure that the colleges will in tandem work towards the achieving the higher goals. Ethics is important, integrity is important, support system is required, the responsibility is required, commitment to the college is more important. Whether I am a assistant professor, or I may be an associate professor, I may be a principal, or I may be a non-teaching staff. But the commitment is more important. Teamwork is more important. Innovation is more important in the overall development. If you look into the NAAC website, coming to the main topic of the today is about the NAAC assessment. NAAC has brought out the new guideline in January 2020. The institutional information for quality assessment is required. My request to the college is that if you have been accredited in 2011 or 2007 or it is 2004, you must have accredited. If it is recently you are not registered in the NAAC portal, kindly register in the NAAC portal. So registration for the thing is that just like account opening in a bank account, but transaction will happen at a later stage. You may go for assessment at a later stage, but you register yourself in the portal so that you can ask any question to the NAAC by sitting at the West Bengal. You can ask any question to the NAAC within 24 to 48 hours. NAAC will also respond to you, and MHRD AISH code is required, and email and the mobile number of the institution or the principal is required for the correspondence. For applying to the NAAC, what you need is that current academic year, affiliating university, you need approval. And if you are a college of the 12B, you need to submit that 12B status of the UGC. It's only for the purpose of the reimbursement. If we get the money from the UGC under the head for supporting the colleges, then NAAC will reimburse the money to the institutions. UGC is kind enough to give sometimes the money to the NAAC. NAAC will in turn pay back to the colleges if the fees has to be reimbursed. So current academic year, if you are having the MBA, MCA, MCOM, MBA, MCA program from the AICTE, kindly give the AICTE recognition. Suppose you are having the law program, then you have to give the BCI approval. AISH code is more important. Certificate from the AISH is more important, and you need to submit. If you are a second and subsequent cycle, you have to give the previous 5-year AQR to the NAAC. Undertaking you have to give, there is a format is available in the next slide. I will share with you what is that undertaking, and as also the self-declaration. Before going ahead with the submission of the IIQA, I request all the teachers and the principal, particularly, to read all the manual, standard operating procedure, data template, and also the student satisfaction survey, the line, so that you will understand properly the NAAC manual and guideline, so that you will be at a comfortable stage, and what NAAC is telling and what you are understanding should go hand in hand. Self declaration you have to give. BA, BAC, become, you have to give whatever it is, 3 years program or a 2-year program or a permanent or temporary, like MA, MSc may be having 2-year program. So you have to give accordingly. There is an undertaking also should be given. Undertaking only tells about the what is the institution is running, and all the SRA, that means statutory regulatory authorities and the government affiliation you will be following, and also the IP address of the computer also should be given. Mandatory disclosure is there. What is the mandatory disclosure? You need to make your icon of a NAAC in the institutional website. For example, the Srirampur Girls College or maybe the Bidhan Chandra College, you need to create one icon in the website of yours. In that one, you can give SSR submitted earlier, then the DV process if you are having, data template which you are submitting, annual quality assurance report of the previous years, accreditation outcome document, previous certificate, grade sheet, all the things you can put it into this tab so that the public can access your portal. And you can ask the question to the NAAC 24/7. You can ask the question and NAAC will also respond to you. For asking the question, you need to register in the NAAC portal. Without registering, you cannot ask question to the NAAC. So to ask a question, as our Dr. Susmita madam told, the teachers of the teachers. So if you the teacher, who is a good student will ask a good question to the teachers. So our request is that any institution can ask any question to the NAAC, and NAAC will also report back to you within 48 hours. So this is the new thing which our director, Professor S.C. Sharma ji, has taken several things. 90% of the NAAC work has been computerized. Once you submit the IIQA to the self-study report, at daily basis, it will be viewed by the director, and you can look into the NAAC website also. What we need is today, with the 45 minutes, what the time they have given, I just would like to share with you understanding both the quantitative and qualitative metric, and uploading the relevant document, selection of the non-applicable metrics. For example, the 30 weightage, you can opt out. Suppose if your institution could not answer some of the question, then there are criteria 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 6th. You can opt out some of the metrics, but criteria 1, 2, and 7, for example, teaching, learning, evaluation, curricular aspect, and institutional values, you cannot opt out any metrics in the things. And qualitative metrics, you cannot opt out also. Go through the NAAC manual and guideline properly, and standard operating procedures are available in the NAAC website. And I also talked about something on the DVB clarification and also the student satisfaction survey. As I shared with you in the first slide, it's a running race. Sometimes when you feel that earlier days, NAAC used to give 6 months to the 8 months for the preparation of the self-study report. Now, at this stage, once your SSR is ready, then only you jump into the IIQA procedure, because once you submit your IIQA to the NAAC, there is a timeline starts, because your 100 into 100 meter relay or 400 into 400 meter relay or maybe the marathon will start once you make the IIQA, because it is a computerized process. In between, you cannot come out also. So before going for the NAAC accreditation, my request is to all the participants is that kindly understand the manual and the guideline what the NAAC is talking about. Once you make the IIQA, NAAC has to take a decision whether it is approved or not within 15 days. If it is approved, the SSR submission will be done in the 45 days. And after the 45 days, within 7 days to the 21 days, the data validation and verification happens. After the 21 days, within 7 days, the NAAC DVV will clarify all the doubts and it will ask the question in the portal only. There is no phone call will not come to you. Only in the portal you will be able to see what the question NAAC has asked. After that, there is a pre-qualification will be done. What is the pre-qualification? 25% of the metrics of the quantitative nature. There are 60 metrics are there for the PG and 58 for the UG. Those metrics, 25% the institution has to pass. Then only it will be considered as the pre-qualified. So peer team visit for the qualitative metric will happen within 60 days. So both quantitative, qualitative and the student satisfaction survey, which happens during the assessment period, you will get the accreditation outcome within 30 days. Full milakar, maximum within 6 months to the 7 months, the NAAC has to declare the result to the institution. That is what the Niti Aayog and the MHRD and the UGC has made a recommendation to the NAAC. Now, the 62% is there for the system generated score. I will be sharing with you some of the things about the 62%, and also I will talk about 38% about what is the qualitative nature. Third party validation. What is a third party validation? Just to give you an example of the corollary of this one, if a highway is been constructed from Kolkata to the Midnapur, so the highway has been constructed and then it will be validated by the third party. That means whether the highway was good or not, it will be validated by the third party. In the similar way, the NAAC is also having the third party validation. That means the data which you have given to the NAAC on the portal of the NAAC will be validated by the NAAC DVV partner. NAAC has got an MOU with the more than 5 to 6 companies to do the data validation and verification. Data validation and verification is a very simple technique. I just would like to give you an example. Suppose you have boarded a train in the Kolkata and you are going to the Kuch Bihar to the train. Now, during the after 1 hour, the TC will be coming to you and will ask you the ticket. Then he will ask you the ticket and you will give the electronic ticket. When you give the electronic ticket, he will ask you that you have made the electronic ticket, kindly show us the ID proof. When you give the ID proof, it should match the electronic version what you have given the number and the ID proof what you are showing. Then only the verification happens. In the similar way, in the NAAC data also, suppose if you are saying the 23 faculty member is having the PhD. Now, all the PhD 23 certificate you should have at your level and you have to upload in your institutional site and keep it ready for the verification purpose. The idea behind here is that the NAAC would like to reduce the burden in the colleges and also to make sure that the college will also maintain the data at the institutional level. The NAAC is having the 7 criteria. जो क्राइटेरिया है एक करिकुलर एस्पेक्ट के बारे में है, टीचिंग लर्निंग एवेल्युएशन, रिसर्च इनोवेशंस एंड एक्सटेंशन, इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर एंड लर्निंग रिसोर्सेस, स्टूडेंट सपोर्ट एंड प्रोग्रेशन, गवर्नेंस, लीडरशिप एंड मैनेजमेंट, and then the last one, institutional values and best practices. I just would like to share with you Sanskrit verb. It says that the first 6 criteria, the curricular aspect to the governance, ये उद्यमा है. That means that it is needed for to run the college. Curriculum is also required and governance is also required. But the institutional values and best practice is the 7th one, which adds a value to the institution. That means how the Srirampur Girls College is having the institutional values. What are the courses which are having for the girl student? What it takes about the girls' education, how it is promoting. Then what is the best thing which we can compare with the best practices? Jaisa Srirampur Girls College and Bidhan Chandra College we cannot compare. But you cannot comparing. But what is that best is there in that particular college, you have to give in a structured way. So NAAC is also looking about some of the key indicator change during the last 3 to 4 years is that the student satisfaction survey, which happens in the online, इनोवेशंस इकोसिस्टम विच इज दी नवाचार के लिए नया के लिए क्या कॉलेज कर रहे हैं इसका बारे में पूछ रहे हैं. अलुमिनी एंगेजमेंट कम्स इन दी fifth criteria. Institutional values and social responsibilities comes in the last criteria, seventh criteria. And institutional distinctiveness, as the two colleges are not similar, there is a 20 mark has been given for to understand what is the institutional distinctiveness. Distinctiveness in the sense, the colleges which are there in the Bardwan, the colleges which are there in the 20.
Sir, sir, your mic is off, sir. Kindly turn on your mic, please.
Oh, sorry,
Yes.
sorry.
From the last slide, please. From the last slide.
Yes, madam. Now,
It's okay.
now it is visible, madam.
Yes.
Sorry for the inconvenience.
It's all right. It happens.
The 7 criteria which NAAC talks about is that curricular aspect, teaching, learning, evaluation, research, innovations and extension, infrastructure and learning resources, student support and progression, governance, leadership and management, and then institutional values and best practices. जैसा एक संसद में एक श्लोक है अरुणा प्रश्न में, वो ऐसा प्रतीत होता है. ये जो 7 क्राइटेरिया जो है, जैसा हमारा पास 7 दिन है, 7 रंग है, 7 swaras are there. In Srirampur College, there is a music department is also there. So 7 days in a week is there. But we have a Sunday to relax. In the 7th day, you will be having some relaxation. So curricular aspect to the governance, there are 6 will be there, which will be called in the Sansad Shloka, it is called Udyama. That means to run an institution, you need curricular aspect to the governance. But institutional values and best practices, it differs from one person to the other person. How exactly the institutional values differs? So Srirampur Girls College में values क्या है? How the girls' education has been taken into the higher altitude, it depends upon the institutional values. Institutional values may be the health and hygiene, vocational courses, it may be the music, it may be the psychology, or it may be the history, or it may be the chemistry, botany, geology subject which you are talking about, the research methods also. So it depends upon you to look into that. Along with that one, how value has been inculcated among the students, that is also more important. And the best practices is the one where the institutions, for example, the best practices of the Srirampur Girls College and the Bidhan Chandra College is differs. So the content in the sense, the core area which the Srirampur Girls College is talking about the women empowerment. The Bidhan Chandra College may be the college which is having co-education. So the best practices, the DNA of the two institutions differs. How exactly it differs, that depends upon you to look into it. The NAAC has brought out the new key indicator with the student satisfaction survey, which is online. Our request to all the colleges is that NAAC has made some open-ended question. What is that open-ended question? The 21 question is available in the NAAC portal. Kindly make sure that you will be circulate among the student and kindly make your own survey before you are going ahead with the student satisfaction survey. The idea behind is that every student who is coming to your college, he or she will have a email ID and he or she will be using the internet and they will be more little techno savvy for the benefit of themselves only. The idea behind of the student satisfaction survey is to make sure that students will be using the technology for the benefit of themselves only. The innovations ecosystem is the NAAC talks about is that in the PG colleges particularly, in UG college it is not there. Innovations ecosystem is to ensure that the how incubation center can take place in the college, and what is innovative thing which you are doing, that depends upon you to look into it. Now, the alumni engagement is another thing. जो पुराना छात्र होता है, they are more important. My request to the Srirampur Girls College is that alumni engagement is one of the area where you must have not thought about. See, the girl who is in the final year of the BCom, BSc or BA may get married, or in the MA, MSc they may get married, or after that also they may get married. But the girls would like to contribute something. So women power cannot be underestimated. So I request the college to have a good alumni engagement. The alumni engagement can have two things. One is the every year, twice in a year, you can have a meeting. That twice in a year, the date you can be fixed. What is the date? August 15th and January 26th. So दोनों दिन जो है, Government of India is observing the Republic Day, and the 26th also is holiday for January for the public. During the morning you will have a flag hosting, but in the evening you can have an alumni association meeting. So this will give you an idea that how student can contribute. My request to the principal, both the principal, is that you kindly, when the new session starts from the 2020-21, whenever it starts, it may be the November or it may be the October, whenever it starts, you kindly bring two good alumni to speak to the student and let them talk about how they have become the good persons in the locality or the thing, and what you can do for the institution, that you can think about the alumni association. And another thing which I would like to suggest you, that it's a small suggestion to the institution, is that at the end of the third year or the MA, MSc, when he completes the PG, student needs the TC. While giving the TC, you have to give his or her the caution money. The caution may be 50 rupees, caution may be 500 rupees. It depends upon the institution to institution. At the end of the program, a student needed TC for going out of the college. While giving the TC, you have to return the caution money after deducting, if anything, fees to be taken back. After that, some money will be left out. That money, when you are giving back to the student, you kindly tell him that you kindly become an alumni association, alumni member, and take the one form and fill up, and take a 50 rupees or 100 rupees from whatever the way which you look into it. मेरा एक मानना है, एक drop of water will become in the 24 hours a bucket full of water. Like that, small money which you are collecting from the student may become a huge money at the some time. The alumni engagement is one of the things which you can look into it. It's only my suggestion. You can look into it. And institutional values and social responsibility is more important. Extension is more important. Research important. Institutional distinctiveness is also important. Institutional distinctiveness in the sense, the two colleges cannot be compared. जैसा हम आपसे शेयर कर रहे थे, the Bardwan College will have a distinctiveness, and Kuch Bihar College will be distinct, and also the 24 Parganas, one college will be different. So locationally they are in a different place, but the distinctiveness comes with the involvement of the teachers and the student and the employer and also the management. What is that distinctiveness which you would like to project your institution? That depends upon the institution. As we know that two individual DNA are different, in the similar way, the two institutional DNA is entirely different. So what is that difference which NAAC is looking in the distinctiveness? There are 93 and 96 metrics are available in the NAAC manual, 93 for the UG colleges and 96 for the PG colleges. Suppose if you look into the metrics, as you all know that Dr. Sudipti Roy is a medical doctor. When you look into the nervous system of the body, the blood goes through the up and down in the veins. The NAAC has also made this type of the metrics, and then the criteria, the indicators, and the qualitative metric and quantitative metric to make sure that the institution will little struggle to come up in the high level of the expectation of the public and the government. 7 criteria are there. 31 or 32 key indicators are there for UG and PG colleges, and there is a qualitative metric and a quantitative metric. Around 38% for the UG and 62% for the quantitative are there for UG, 37% for the qualitative in the PG, and the 63% for the PG quantitative nature are there. Full मिलाकर जो है 93 or 96 metrics are there. One key indicator, for example, the innovations ecosystem is not there for UG, and innovations ecosystem is there for the PG. So that 3 metrics differs within the 2 UG and PG colleges. You need the assessment, an Excel sheet which NAAC has already uploaded, and kindly download it and fill up. Whether you are going for after 1 year or 2 years down the line for assessment, it is left you to decide. But you need to submit in the data sheet in the Excel sheet only. Kindly download now itself and go on filling the things. And one day you will be in a successful stage. Only when the template is complete, it facilitates the easy DVV. If you want the less question to be asked by the NAAC, and if the NAAC has to give you the good grade, then your template should be correct, and it should give the clear data to the NAAC, and it will only facilitate easy DVV for the evaluation. Executive summary may have introductory note, criteria wise, and challenges and opportunities for the institution, along with the strength and weaknesses, and as well as the note to give additional information. Additional information in the sense, if a teacher of the SSR is coming from the Bihar, or he may be coming from the UP, or he may be coming from Andhra, or he may be coming from the Jammu Kashmir. So he may not be knowing that what actually the college is doing and where it is located. Your institution executive summary should depict that what is the strength of the college, how exactly it is taking care, and how exactly extension things are there. All criterion wise you have to highlight, and also the geographical advantages which the institution are doing, that also may be highlighted in the executive summary. For an affiliated college, I just would like to take 2 criteria from you, and another 30 minutes I would like to share with you some criteria about how exactly the NAAC is looking. And curricular aspect, there are 100 weightages there. So the overall 1000 weightage is there for the assessment purpose. And each criteria, 7 criteria, has been further divided into the 100, 350, 150, and like that it has been divided into the 7 criteria. The curriculum planning and implementation, academic flexibility, curriculum enrichment, feedback system, these are the 4 key indicators are there. What NAAC is looking, that effective curriculum delivery is there or not. Suppose well-planned and documented process. How you will plan? You will plan with the academic calendar. What is an academic calendar? Every year, what are the examinations, what are the classes will be taken, who will be taking class, whether it is a monthly test, whether it is a sudden test, whether open book examination is there or not. All the things will be put in the academic calendar, including the affiliating university examination thing also. So this will be a planned document, should be given to the student and as well as the teachers, and both student and teacher, both together, they should complete the academic calendar. And effective curriculum delivery means that whether you are having the project work, whether you are having the classroom test, whether you are having the peer teaching, all the things will be done in the curriculum delivery. Means the second criteria, teaching, learning and evaluation, depends upon the curricular aspect. When you have it in the curriculum, suppose for example, a course which you are designed for the mushroom cultivation. So it is an additional to the program. If you are having that one, you may have the something on the curriculum. That curriculum should depict that this is the course a student can opt in the electives. What is that elective which you would like to tell? That has to be put in the curriculum planning. The documentation is means that when you are taken a classroom for the e-content, then you have the documented procedure should be there. So what is that documentation which you would like to make it in the criteria? That depends upon the your planning procedure. The effectiveness comes when you use that one, and the student when they use that type of the things in the classroom or outside the classroom. Adheres to the academic calendar means that the 180 days of the UGC need to be done. Continuous internal evaluation should happen. That means 70-30 or 80-20 or 60-40, whatever may be the CBCS system which you are having, with the elective or a core subject, you can have the continuous internal evaluation. What is the evaluation which you are having as per the affiliating university? You can give design and development of the curriculum for add-on on certificate or diploma courses. In the next slide, I will share with you, just to share one line here with that. Add-on courses and diploma courses may have the affiliation from the university. Certificate courses, you may start with your own thing in the college. Choice-based credit system, which you can talk about, will be having the as per the affiliating university. Elective courses, you can talk about the elective courses in the next slide. I will share with you. Professional ethics and the gender and human values. These are some of the things as per the Supreme Court order. It is there. Percentage of courses for the project work, field work, and internship is another thing. Project work, for example, the political science, history, economics, you can have the MOU with the Gram Panchayat or any NGOs. You can have an MOU. But project work is to project the student to know about how exactly the ground realities are there. Suppose sociology, political science also they can have a project work, and field work also they can have. It depends upon the program to program. BA, BSc, become program. It depends upon the what type of the things which you would like to have an internship. I will give you one example. Suppose an internship. If we are having the next June, there is an what to call political thing will be there, or the election will be there. When the election comes, whether our political science, history, and sociology student can take up internship in some of the political parties. If he becomes the internship in that political parties, after 10 years down the line, they may become an MLA in a local what to call area. They may be the student of your college. So our idea is behind is that one, how you will be doing in the college during the internship is more important. Our idea is that a student should learn with a project work or a field work or an internship, and percentage of student undertaking such field work also is more important. Curriculum enrichment and graduate employability is another thing. How exactly enrichment can happen? Enrichment may be the personality development, communication skill, or maybe the writing. Your writing skill has to be improved. You can give the project-based learning to the student. So how you are enriching the curriculum with your input, it is more important. It may be project-based learning, or it may be the e-content environment which you are giving, or it may be the peer teaching or peer learning you are giving. That depends upon you to look into it. And only thing is that the graduate comes out from the Sri Rampur Girls College and the Bidhan Chandra College. They should be accepted in the society. They should be in a higher order of thinking when they come out from the college. Feedback need to be collected, analyzed, and action taken report should be uploaded in the institutional website. For example, what is a course and what is a program? In the NAAC manual, we have told already, a program is the one which ends up with the degree, or the PG diploma is a degree. So UG is a degree, BSc, BCom, BTech, MTech is a degree programs are there. It may be master degree or it may be a degree program, but there is a validation happens as the degree program. So how it has been done in the college, which NAAC is looking, and a course is a paper or a subject within the program, and number of credits may be 2 credits or 3 credits or 6 credits will be there. It depends upon your course to course. For example, in the history, the cultures in the Indian subcontinent, history of India, culture transformation in early Europe, modern Europe, you can look into it. The core course is the one, a core program. For example, history or a chemistry is a core program. A core program will have an elective course. Elective means there are some subject which will be chosen from the course. There is a discipline-specific course. For example, in the electronics or a communication or a mass communication or in the sociology, political science, history, you will be having something called the elective courses. Those discipline-specific elective courses, which you may talks about in the next slide, I'll share with you. And the dissertation project is part of the curriculum. General elective course may be as per the Government of India or the Supreme Court order, there are some generic elective will be there. It may be the environmental science or the communication may be one of the things. Academic programs means those programs have a structure of the course, details of the evaluation scheme designed to taught and the teacher in the department. For example, political science, history, economics, or microbiology, biotechnology may be the academic program. A core course means that a student will be admitted in a particular program, like the MSc Biochemistry, must successfully complete and receive a degree in the MSc Chemistry. A course means a segment of a subject that is part of the academic program. Academic program means the BA, BSc, BCom or MA, MSc. So a course is a part of the academic program. A program structure means have the core or elective or open elective, depends upon the program, depends upon the university. You can think about the choice-based credit system. Elective course means that the optional course to be selected by the student. That is means it's a elective to that student for a department or a center. An open elective is the one course which is available to the student for all program. For example, in your college, the Srirampur Girls College, you are having a chemistry, botany, zoology, and the music also. An open elective may be given to the student, a science student, to take the music also. Or a music student can take up the electronics as part of the open elective. So it depends upon you to look into that, how you can give. It may be not be the full, program. It is a course. Course means a 1 credit or a 2 credit. So music appreciation is also one of the things which you can think about a course. How exactly music has been appreciated? जैसा हम बोलते जा रहे हैं, आप श्रोता है. जब इस श्रोता जब रिएक्ट करेंगे तब तो आपको पता चलता है कैसा है. In the music also it happens in the similar way. When the end of the program, how exactly the things have been done, then you will be able to measure it. That measure is the program outcome. Credit means that the value assigned to a course which indicates the level of instruction of a 1 hour lecture equal to the 1 credit or 2 credits will be for the 2 hours in a continuous thing for the 1 week. At 2 hours of a practical will be considered as a 1 credit. So this is as per the UGC norms, which whatever I am speaking, it is as per the UGC guideline is there, CBCS, you can look into it. There are 4 semesters will be there in MCOM. How the core and elective course will be there, and a core course will be having the different things. In the semester of the 4 semester, the MCOM course will have a core courses. Business statistics, advanced management, managerial economics, and financial planning is the or organizational behavior. These are some of the core course. What is an elective course? Elective course depends upon the different program. For example, the MCOM accounting, MCOM HRM. You may be having a specialization in the MCOM. So if it is an HRM you are taking up, then human resource development, strategic human resource development, industrial relation, and human resource analytics. So these are the some of the electives. Out of the 4, a student can choose one of the elective. So our request to the principal and the faculty member is that kindly look into the UGC BVOC specialization. If you are not having the BVOC, kindly look into the UGC site. For example, the Srirampur Girls College may have the BVOC on the beauty and wellness. That is one of the course for the girls. It may be very good. And BVOC in the food science, you can have one more subject for the student. Food processing and quality management is another thing which you can have. And you can also have the BVOC animation. You can have one more course also. Another thing which you can have for the girl student, fashion technology and apparel designing. This is some of the things which you can look into it. And another thing which you can have is the interior design. BVOC interior design you can have. So several courses will be there for the benefit of the student. You kindly look into the UGC site so that for the BVOC program. Now, the CBCA system has got 70-30 mark, which you can look into it. And what I would like to share with you is that awards for the duration may be as per the national qualification framework. The diploma may be 1 to 5 years, advanced diploma may be 2 years, and BVOC degree will be 3 years. Specifically, you can have the BVOC on the renewable energy, retail management, or advanced diploma in the food processing, advanced diploma in the healthcare you can have, advanced diploma in the hospitality and tourism also you can have. So it depends upon you. For example, diploma in the jewelry designing is one of the courses which you can think specifically for the girl student. So in the initial year, you may not get the many student, but in the longer run, I hope that it will pick up. The 70-30 which you are having for the internal marking, which you can look into it. And what I request is that institution has to look into the ability enhancement courses, skill enhancement courses, and foundation courses as per the CBCA system which the UGC is talking about. There are core paper will be there, there are elective paper will be there. In the core theory paper, there are core theory paper and core practical will be there. There are elective courses will be there with the papers. So, for example, English communication and environmental science is the compulsory subject. Core course may be having inorganic chemistry, organic chemistry, physical chemistry, and lab and the paper will be there. So, for example, some specific elective papers. For example, molecular modeling or drug design is one of the elective paper. You may have industrial chemicals and environment is another thing. Green chemistry is another thing which is picking up in the recent thing. And in skill enhancement program, you can have 2 to 4 credits depending upon the program which you are having, MA, MSc or BSc program. You can have the IT skills for chemistry is another subject in the chemistry. Green methods in chemistry is another thing. Pesticide chemistry is another thing. Fuel chemistry is another thing which you can have. What I would like to share with you here is that value-added programs or courses which can add value to the program. For example, if you are having the English, a BA English you are having. So English language and lab training, then voice modulation, and the TV production, you can have add-on course for the English student. And if you are having the psychology, you can have the industrial psychology as an add-on courses. Add-on courses is nothing but it adds the value to the program through the course. Value-added course is what is the one? It adds value. Suppose, for example, you are having BCom. The BCom student can have a one small value-added course called the certified program for the GST. For a value-added courses, you can have your own certificate. You need not to worry about the university. The university is required for the diploma programs. When the add-on courses are there, you need the recognition from the university. Health, fitness, and lifestyle management is another thing which you can think about for the girl student. Now, in the engineering subject, if suppose viewers are there from engineering, bioethics, biosafety, IT, IPR activity, micro sensing, in the Srirampur Girls College also, electronic, you can have the some of the electronic subject also. For example, just to share with you, 1.3.1, institution integrates the cross-cutting issues relevant to the professional ethics, gender, human wealth. This is one of the question which is the qualitative. What happens is the qualitative? Qualitative, you have to give the 500 words. The 500 words will be validated by the peer team during the on-site visit. Now, for example, the 1.3.2 is having a question average percentage of the courses that include experiential learning. So NAAC has identified what is quantitative, what is qualitative. All the quantitative nature questions comes with either the percentage or a number or an average percentage. Average percentage means that 5-year data is required. Percentage means 1-year data is required. Number means suppose number of students are there in that particular subject is the number which you need for the evaluation purpose. Suppose, for example, 1.3, the percentage of students undertaking the project work, field work, and internship is one of the subject. So, what you need to give for the previous, the 1.3.2 is that percentage of courses that inculcate the experiential learning. You need to give the program, curriculum, syllabus, and also minutes of the board of studies, academic council meeting, and also the MOUs if you are having with the relevant organization. For example, in your college you are having electronics. You may be having a Cisco certification for the computer science and the electronic student. Now, MOU will be signed by the institution and the Cisco company. When you are having the MOUs, you can claim to the NAAC to complete the course. The institution has got an MOU with a certain organizations. So it may be chartered accountancy or institutions of company secretariat programs you may run in the college. That depends upon you to look into it. How the peer assessment will be done and how the system generated score. For example, there are 3 metrics are there in 1.3.1, 1.3.2, 1.3.3. Now, it's an hypothetical model which I have brought in front of you. In the peer assessment, if the 0 to 4 scale, if you have got the 2 mark, if you have got 2 mark, then you will get the 20 mark. If the system generated score, that means the DBV process has been given you the 3 in that particular metric 1.3.2, you will get the 30. And if the system generated score has given to you 2 on a 0 to 4 scale, you will get the 20. Now, combined together, you will get the 70 mark for this one. Maximum one can get in this particular institution is the 120 mark, and what institution has got 70. मेरा निवेदन है, डॉक्टर सुदीप्ति रॉय जी ने बताया है, तो how can we get the more what to call score? It's not only the more score, and how you have documented your college activity and how you are projecting your thing is also more important. What I would like to share with you sometimes, what you are having the content is one thing, and how and what you are depicting is also more important. Sometimes institutions are not giving the proper document during the DBV process, or maybe while submitting the SSR, they may not be very serious. So my request is that as you are validating the student for the evaluation, when the institution undergoes the evaluation by the NAAC, you need to be 1,000 times careful why you are giving that data, how the data has been justified in your institution, that need to be looked into by the institution. Whenever the DBV partner asks you the clarification, you should be in a position to give the immediately to the DBV partner. Student enrollment and profile is the second criteria and the key indicator. The catering to student diversity, teaching learning process, teacher profile, evaluation process, student performance and learning outcome, and student satisfaction survey. What NAAC actually looking here is the full-time teacher. Who is a full-time teacher? If a teacher is taking the 90% of the workload of a regular teacher and his appointment is there full 1 year, then he will be called as the full-time teacher. That is how the glossary of the NAAC talks about. ICT enabled tool for effective teaching. Then does the institution is having LCD projector? If LCD project is that, how many classes are having? If the classes are having, how many teachers are using that one? How many teachers are using the e-content? And what is the ratio of the mentor to student is there? Average percentage of the full-time teachers against the sanction post. For example, you are having 52 teachers in the sanction post. The full-time teachers are 26. Then basically it is at 50% is the only teachers are there in the full time. So our idea behind is to look into that. The thing is that full-time teachers with a PhD is also another factor which NAAC is looking, and how many teachers are having the PhD. That is also another thing. Program and the course outcome is for all program is another thing which you have to look into it. Not only program outcome, course outcome also you can look into, and how is the attainment of the program outcome, whether it is a project-based learning, whether it is a Viva OC, whether it is a presentation, whether it is the end semester examination, how you will be judging the student for the program outcome. You need to make a what to call a program outcome document. So that document has to be circulated among the student also. That is more important. Online satisfaction of the survey which NAAC does over a period. That is the thing is that, and in the NAAC continuously it changes sometimes, because there is nothing permanent except the change. Change is required to make sure that the life goes on. So how the life has to go on, how the accreditation should go on with the continuously churning process. So 1 year, 2 years down the line, it may change. But the new guideline has been changed in the month January 2020, and it may not change another 1 year to 2 years down the line, because after the whatever the feedback we have, we will be considering and consolidating. What I would like to request you that institution need to look into the MOOCs, IITs and open-ended thing, and also look into the Swayam portal of the NAAC, because old way we are writing on the chalk and talk method, we may implement along with that one with a new way of the e-learning also we can make it. My request to the teachers is that kindly go through the several documents of the UGC MHRD, and MHRD is also planning to make the online education. Along with that one, the teachers also make sure that 80% of the your curriculum will be taught in the face-to-face education. 20% you can think about the online education also. It depends upon you to look into it, and your suggestion to the university may change some of the curriculum. Final year projects may be monitored and evaluated by the external people. आविष्कार हो, अन्वेषण हो, नवाचार के लिए सदा तत्पर रहना पड़ेगा. Now the many softwares are available for the learning management system. I will not go into the detail, but I only would like to share with you that the Bloom's has coined the word called the Bloom's taxonomy, and where the education should focus on the mastery of the subject and the promotion of the higher order thinking. What I would like to share with you, faculty also need to know the newly coined word called the accreditation taxonomy. That means the institution should also know that the vocabulary which NAAC is talking about and what institution is talking should also go hand in hand. उसमें फर्क नहीं होना चाहिए. That means the way we are thinking for the full-time faculty, innovations ecosystem, student satisfaction survey, alumni engagement, these are some of the new words which NAAC has brought. So I request you to look into the NAAC manual. From the remembering to the creating knowledge is a teacher's job. How the teacher is doing that one, that depends upon every teacher has to make sure that how it has been done in his class or her class. The innovative teaching is that like case study, group discussion, group project, brainstorming, peer teaching, activity-based learning, or industry institution interaction, you can look into it, and also the various things of the regular review of the journals which you can look into. I request you to look into that. One small practice, whatever the good practice you do, it becomes as a best practice. For example, the Sudipti Roy ji has given you some instruction. What is that one? Every Friday Friday afternoon in the 4 to 5, every teacher will make one review of the journal which he or she has read during the last 1 week or last 1 month. Every teacher will be giving one presentation in the Friday afternoon on the 4 to 5 or 4 o'clock to 4:30. So half an hour will be there for the teachers for the upgradation. Now, the thing is that every teacher, when he is giving a presentation, at least he will read the new ideas or new journal and he will give you the presentation. When you share the knowledge only, you will be able to get an enhancement. So you will think differently when you share the knowledge with the other people. Now, how the NAAC is calculating this second criteria. For example, there are two criteria, key indicator, which comes with the qualitative metric. For example, in the key indicator, the teaching learning evaluation, the metrics, two metrics like 2.3.1, 2.3.2, both the things will be peer assessment. What is that peer assessment? On-site visit the NAAC does through the peers. Now, the peer member, if they are given 2 marks, you will get a 40. If they are given 3, you will get a 60. If they are given you the 4, you will get the 80. But it is not that how you are getting, but the data which you are given is should be make them to give the more mark. How you will make the thing? You kindly look into the question and the answer which you are given. Accordingly, you will be able to see. Then the seeing is only believing. As a science student, you must agree that once you see the experiment, then only you will आपको महसूस होता है हाँ ये है ऐसा करके. System generated score comes with the system during the DVV process. Finally, the institution has got 150 mark. So 115 mark. So in the evaluation procedure, maximum one can get in this 200, minimum they can get the 0 also. What institution has got is the 115 mark they have got for this criteria. Now, peer assessment is the one which through the peer it will be done during the on-site visit, and qualitative metric has got a benchmark. All the metrics of the qualitative and quantitative has been measured on a 0 to 4 scale. मैं हिंदी में एक लाइन बताना चाहता हूं, उनके लिए सवेरे नहीं होते जो जिंदगी में कुछ भी पाने की उम्मीद छोड़ चुके हैं. उजाला तो उनका होता है जो बार बार हारने के बाद कुछ पाने के लिए उम्मीद रखे हैं. आप सभी लोग उम्मीद रखिए. जैसा 1 to 7 criteria, you can keep separate file for the benefit of yourself only. And a good documentation practice makes the department head strictly adherence to the personal to the GDP. That means good document practice should be there. मैं प्रिंसिपल मैडम से और सोमा राय से और सभी फैकल्टी से अनुरोध करता हूं, only good documentation will bring you the good grade. Well, unless your documentation is not good, you may not be able to get the good result. The good result in the sense, it is not only the grade, you will get the happiness when you see the documentary evidence. Suppose, for example, today you are having a webinar, you are having in the YouTube. You can put it in the institutional YouTube channel also. You can make it that that document is available to everybody. So the documentary evidence is more important. If you does not have the document, then that means you are not done the job. The idea behind is to share this slide with you that the documentation should be clear, precise, it should be accurate, and it should be legible. If you are writing, it should be legible, and it should be unambiguous, and it is should not be erased, or the corrections should not be there in the things. Height of the quality, overall control should be there with the institution. Documentation is a set of documents, written or graphical, or a procedure. For example, we are asking the geo tagged photographs. How it has to be done? There is a procedure will be there. A process that involves the systematic interaction of the people, events, documents, and create the record. Suppose alumni association, you have made the record. If you have the student admission, how many students have come for the things? Say parents have come for the parent meeting. Suppose you have got a on-job training. You have got some photograph, something report, you will be able to show that one. Our idea is that quality cannot be assured in a regulated process without the good documentation practices. A good documentation practice only makes you that how the institution has been done. Now, optional metrics will be there. Optional metrics for the third, fourth, fifth, sixth, you can have the criteria, you can opt out. And 1 to 7 criteria, you cannot opt out. And you cannot opt out the qualitative metrics. And in the portal, you will be able to see that this is how the NAAC software does. Once you apply to the IIQA, once IIQA is approved by the NAAC, this portal will open up. Only thing is that this is not available for the general public, because as and when you apply to the IIQA only, this portal will be open up. What we request is that previous to that one, kindly make it in the Word file ready with you, and then only apply to the NAAC. And Excel sheet also should be get ready. Now, मैं आपके लिए थोड़ा DVV का बारे में बताना चाहता हूँ. Extended profile is there in the NAAC. It also talks about the number of courses, number of programs, number of students, number of seats earmarked, and number of outgoing students. Academic in the nature, number of full-time teachers during the last 5 years, number of sanctioned posts during the last 5 years, and institution total number of the classrooms and seminar halls. Suppose for example, I will tell you, if you does not give the proper number here, you will not be evaluated properly. For example, total number of classrooms and seminar halls. You may write 43 classrooms are there, seminar hall 2 put together, you will have the 45. Now, NAAC is asking one question, that how many classrooms are having LCD projector? Now, your document cannot say that in 48 classes are having this LCD project, because total classroom itself is a 45. How can the 48 the LCDs you can have? This type of the wrong things are done by the institution during the submission. Our request is that the DBV partner will be looking into all these things during the validation process. Suppose total expenditure excluding the salary year-wise during the last 5 years, it has comes in the 6th criteria. Kindly look into it. Number of computer means that the total number of computers for the students. There is a one question is there in the 5th criteria, talks about how many computers are there for the student. Now, various factors will be there when you look into the extended profile. In the extended profile is good, then only you will be able to get, because this will become the denominator for the validation purpose. Data required should be each matrix you have to submit. Formula, which you can look into that, whether it is a 1-year formula or a 5-year formula, you can look into it. File description for uploading the document, whether it is a PDF, whether it is an extension, also should be proper. And as a file name is more important, whether it is an alumni, whether it is a student, whether it is a teacher, whether it is a metric number, you can put all the metric number also in the file description, so that it will be easy for you as well as to the person who is viewing your thing. In the quantitative metrics, there are the 5-year you have to give, and for example, the year-wise data you have to give, 5-year data, previous 5-year data you have to give. For example, if you are going in the month of January 2021, let us say, so 1920, 1819, 1718, 1617, 1516. So from the 1516 to the 1920, you have to give the data. The quantitative matrix, which also seeks for the block year data, that means 5-year data it is asking, you have to give. It also gives the third component of the matrix, like this quantitative matrix, is that the option A to E. For example, if you look into the whatever the small thing which you can do as a benchmark is that if it is A, you may get the highest one, but you have to give the documentary evidence for to the NAAC. Whether it is a 32 Mbps, whether the telephone bill, whether it is a company agreement, how exactly it has been there, Wi-Fi is available for all or not, that all the things you have to give is the documentary evidence. The quantitative matrix which seeks the input data for the latest completed academic year. That means previous 1 year, how it has been taken in the field project and research project or internship, which you can look into it. And quantitative metrics, it automatically calculates the thing. Suppose if you are given student is around 3,458, let us say. So 3,458 into the 112 teachers, proportionately the computer only calculates in the student to full-time teacher ratio. So you have to look into that. Financial year means that 1st April to the 31st March for publication for the benefit of the various journals. 1st January to 31st December we are taking, and in the academic year means that the 1st June to the 31st May. For due to the COVID-19 situation, NAAC has changed as per the UGC direction. NAAC has also changed the academic year for this year 1920 and 2021. That depends upon the UGC circular. I just would like to share two things with you. Data template is more important, and a template will be having like this. All the metrics of the 60 and the 58 metrics having this template. Kindly download the template and keep it ready. Every year, if you prepare like this way, it will facilitate you for the good assessment at the 5th year. Now, the DVV partner has been looked into the thing. I just would like to give you one example that the DVV partner, what they are doing. Suppose if you have said that the 58 teachers are having the PhD in your college. Now, while giving the submission of the data, you have said that only 52 teachers you have given the PhD, and you are not given the 58 teachers the PhD qualification. The certificate you are not given. The DVV partner will ask you the data stating that you have said that 58 teachers are there, but you have given only 52. There are 6 teachers data is missing in the data template. If you have, you kindly give. If you does not give, you will be validated with the 52. That's how the message will come in the portal. Now, if you are having the 58 teacher PhD, kindly upload in the NAAC portal. One time verification will be done by the DVV partner. So only thing is that once you submit the IIQA or the SSR to the NAAC, you need to be alert during that situation. So unless the DVV is over, you cannot take a rest. So your running race should be there on the line. You have to check every day the DVV process which communicates in the your portal only. The standard operating procedure is available in the NAAC. You kindly go through it, and all the timeline is that DVV will ask within 15 days the clarification. No extension will be there, given to the DVV. Only in the COVID-19 situation and calamities and political disturbance we will give you, and no second level of the clarification is not there. Inputs and the responses, all the metrics you need to be looked into wherever the issue has been raised. For example, DVV partner has raised the 30 questions. You reply to only 22. Then 8, if you are not replied within the stipulated time, the DVV partner has to take a decision. So our request is that institution, once you submit the SSR, don't get the sleep mode. You have to be looking into the portal every day what the DVV partner is asking. And if you are not seeing the what you call template and the portal properly, you may not be able to get the maximum mark. So unless you respond to the DVV clarification, you will not be considered. So your request, whatever the things are there, it should come in the portal only. If you send a letter to the NAAC, if you send an email to the NAAC, nobody will consider, but only in the portal only you have to give the feedback to the NAAC. Extended profile is another thing. Metric level deviations we will be able to see. I just would like to in front of you two things which I would like to bring. One is called the positive deviation. Positive deviation is one thing. For example, percentage of students undertaking the field project. You have said that 78% of the students are undertaking the project. But in the data, you have given the 83% students are taking the project. So the DVV partner will raise it as per the documentary evidence which you have given. So that will be the positive deviation. What is the negative deviation? Suppose, for example, if you said that number of awards by the teachers, you have given all type of the awards to the NAAC, and we have given the only the national award, and the standard operating procedure we have told the documentary evidence should be given. So you have claimed the 6 awards the teachers have got, but you have given only the 2 documentary proof. So another 4 you are not given the documentary evidence to the DVV partner. Now, after the 15 days, the DVV partner has to take a decision. So he will make the less numbers. From the 6, he will come to 2, and you will get only 2, and the finalization of the 2 will be done, because you are not given the documentary evidence to the thing. That will be the negative deviation will happen. So no deviation. Suppose if you are given the number of students getting the scholarship in the college, 483 students are getting the scholarship. After the verification also it comes to the 483. Then there is a no deviation will be there. So whatever you have claimed, that the DVV partner has been accepted. Now less deviation or the is the another thing. Less deviation in the sense, suppose for example percentage of the maintenance which you have done. So 2% of the maintenance if we have given from the your money expenditure, you have given 2%, but actually it is 1.8% only it is coming. But the DVV partner will look into it, and only the less deviation will be there in that particular thing which they will be considering. For example, in the portal which we request, particular to the Sayanti Mukhopadhyay ji and then the Dr. Soma Rai madam को मैं ये बताना चाहता हूँ. In the portal only you will be able to see that the wherever your affected metrics are there, wherever your portal is tells that one metrics level deviation, you will be able to see in your portal only once the DVV makes the all finalization. That means before the visit is happens, when the second level fees has to be given, at that moment only you will get all the things stating that metric like deviation. You will be able to see how many deviations have been done and how many metrics have been affected. For example, in the 1.1.1, in the extended profile number of students year-wise during the last 5 years. So there are 10 12 metrics are there which is affected by this one metrics. So you will be able to see the affected metrics also. So deviation and details will be available to the institution. The NAAC accreditation is so transparent that all the things whatever NAAC does, which will be available in the institutional portal only. And if you look into the various things, you can metrics level deviation you can talk about. And sometimes institution says yes, but that does not give the documentary proof, and then it will come as a no. So password protection should not be there for the documentary. Google Drive should not be uploaded, and the URL should be given properly. That means if you are giving list of teachers, that URL should not land in the institutional website, but it should land in the particularly on that matrix, whatever we have asked, whatever the information you have provided, it should communicate. And geotag photograph you have to give, and unit of measurements may be there in the lakhs or the numbers. Glossary of the understanding the matrix will be easy for you to understand. Non-compliance of the DVV process. If you does not respond to the NAAC quite some time, then what we will say that one non-compliance of the institution. 25% the what to call pre-qualification is there, as I told you already. Standard operating procedure, you kindly look into the matter. And the pre-qualification, if the pre-qualification happens, then you will get the on-site visit. If it is not pre-qualified, you have to apply again after the 6 months. Now, student satisfaction survey, you need to give the student and the gender thing, and you have to give in this format only. Two things is more important. One is the email ID of the student and the unique ID number. If you does not give the mobile number also, it takes, not a problem. Suppose if you are having 2,800 students in the college, at least 2,500 student data you have to submit to the NAAC. What NAAC does is that out of the 2,500, initially it sends the 30% of the 2,500, maybe around 800 student, it will be sending the email. Now, your job is to make sure that every student of your college during the student satisfaction survey should look into the email ID of that particular student. So it may come to X student, it may come to Y student. Suppose if your the survey comes to the 7%, then you can request the institution from the institution to the NAAC stating that kindly extend the student satisfaction survey date. The NAAC will extend. So minimum 10% or 100 students should be replied to the student satisfaction survey. Now the student satisfaction survey is the 60 weightage is there, and you can look into the various things. And the on-site visit, there will be 2 days visit will be there, 3 members will be there, vice chancellor, professor, and the thing. You need to look into some of the 7 management practices. What is a management practice? Time management is one thing. Institutional on-site visit management is second. Institutional facility management is second. Third thing, material management, like documentary evidence which you are giving to the patent or attendance sheet or teacher diary or criterion wise input, that is the fourth management. Travel management of the what to call the people who are coming and going, that management you have to look into it. Report on the preparation for the exit meeting. Before that, they will be sharing the report with you. You have to manage that one also. And exit meeting is another thing. A&A fees and the logistic fees is the last part, which if you get the 25% if you are passed, then only the second level fees will be paid by the institution. Otherwise, the second level fees will not be paid by the institution. Logistic fees need to be paid because NAAC will only make the travel arrangement and also the hotel accommodation. NAAC will not pre-disclose the dates. Only 3 days in advance only you will come to know that who is coming. We request that the institution should not pay anything to the visiting team, and NAAC will pay directly. The TADA and honorarium will be paid to the assessor directly from the NAAC portal only. I just would like to share with you that last 2-3 slides, the quantitative metric and the qualitative metric, and the student satisfaction survey. Overall, it will come the accreditation outcome. For example, low performance indicator and high performance indicator. In the red color in the screen, you will be able to see that the low performance indicator 0 to 2 will be considered as the low performance, and the middle performance is the 2 to 3, and 3 to 4 will be considered as the high performance indicator. In the distribution of the performance indicator is this of the things, and you will be able to see once the result is declared by the NAAC, you will get this type of the graphical representation for the institution. And distribution of the average performance key indicator, like the 2.01 to 3, you will be able to get in the portal only. Your portal will be accessible to you, and it will come directly to your portal. So low performance indicators may be 0 to 2, it will be there, and high performance indicator also will be there. So graphical representation states from the criterion wise. Suppose, for example, if you look into this metric of the college, stating that research, innovations, and extension, if they got a little more score, and their score must have gone up, because the first criteria to the 5th, 6th, and 7th consecutively they have been there in the highest one, and the infrastructure they are very good looking into the various things. But still, in the research, innovations, and extension, they have got less mark. So this type of the graphical representation will be available to the institution in their institutional portal. So kindly do not share your password with anybody. Now this is the final grade sheet which you will be getting from the NAAC, final CGPA which you are getting. And मैं अंत में इतना बता सकता हूँ, लहरन से डरकर नौका पार नहीं होती, कोशिश करने वालों को हार नहीं होती। असफलता एक चुनौती है, इसे स्वीकार करो। क्या कमी रह गई है, देखो और सुधार करो। जब तक न सफल हो, नींद चैन को त्यागो तुम, संघर्ष का मैदान छोड़ मत भागो तुम। कुछ किए बिना जय जयकार नहीं होती, कोशिश करने वालों को हार नहीं होते हैं। आप सभी लोग कोशिश करिए। आपके लिए धन्यवाद, प्रणाम। ओवर टू द होस्ट।
Dr. Ganesh Anant Hegre, sir.
Madam.
Thank you so much for your exhaustive and enriching deliberation. Thank you so much. You referred to Heraclitus' famous saying, there is nothing permanent except changes. We welcome the changes in evaluation system, especially when we have masters like you and Dr. Gupta with us. We keep all the hope on you and the new system. Thank you, sir. Now I welcome my colleague, Dr. Shuranjana Bhadro, to carry on the question answer session. Dr. Shuranjana Bhadro. She
Thank
is
you, sir.
HOD English.
Yes, madam.
Thank you, sir, for your wonderful lecture. It's so informative. We have received lots of comments in our YouTube streaming and also in the group chat box here.
Yes.
So, sir, I'm directly going to the questions. There are a lot of questions. The first question is from the IQSC cell of Bidhan Chandra College.
Yes, madam.
And it is from Samindra Mohan Biswas. He is trying to talk about the development of colleges in relation to the students. And from this perspective, he is having 4 questions.
Yes, madam.
The first question is, at the college level, sports are not incorporated in the NAAC. So, if it is included, would it not be helpful? This is the first.
No.
Sports.
Sports is there, madam. I can tell you the matrix number. So, in the 5th criteria, sports and games are there. National games participation is also there. In the recent manual, we have considered the university level also. In the first version, the university level was not there. And later on, the request came from the many colleges for the university level and the AIO cultural event also. It has came into the picture. So NAAC has considered that in the student support and progression. खास तौर पर 5th criteria में it is available, because I have not gone through all the criteria, because it takes lot of time to convey from 1 criteria to the 7 criteria. In the 5th criteria, it is available. You can kindly go through the NAAC manual, madam. Next question. Madam.
Dr. Bhadro, it's over. Next question, please.
Suranjana, please go with the next question, please.
Hello, Suranjana. Hello.
Hello.
Hello. You are audible. Yes,
Okay.
yes.
The second question is that there is a remedial class provision, but so far no UGC grant is there. So how to do with remedial class?
नहीं, आप वो क्वेश्चन यूजीसी को पूछना है ना कि we are not a funding body, है ना. Suppose if the student coming to your class, you are teaching English, है ना. मैडम मेरे को स्कॉलरशिप नहीं मिलता होते तो आप कुछ स्कॉलरशिप दे सकता है क्या उनको? नहीं, है ना. स्कॉलरशिप के लिए उनको दूसरा जगह जाना पड़ेगा, है ना. वैसे ही जो यूजीसी का है वो फंडिंग है. That is the funding. रूसा and the UGC they are giving the funding. My request is that जो UGC सेल है कोलकाता में उधर एक बार पता कर लीजिए.
Okay, sir. The third question is, what is the percentage getting college scholarship? What is the percentage getting college scholarship?
Question पूरा नहीं हुआ.
Yes. So this is what he has asked, nothing else.
नहीं, madam.
So, sir, can you please, Samindra Mohan Biswas, can you please clarify the question, because this question is not quite clear.
Yes, of course. Good afternoon, madam, and good afternoon, sir.
Yes,
I
sir.
wanted to mean how much percentage of students actually will be getting college scholarship, I mean the college grants, I mean the college concessions. What is the exact percentage of students?
नहीं, आपका कॉलेज में कितना परसेंटेज ऑफ स्टूडेंट आर गेटिंग द स्कॉलरशिप, वो आप बता दीजिए ना.
Actually, the below poverty level students are there. So I think that 70-80% are there getting scholarship. But what is the exact figure? I mean, is there any criteria or not?
Sir, criteria is there. Criteria is that you have to give how many students, percentage students are getting. See, based on your percentage only in the portal, it will be calculated. Suppose if I say there should be 95%, 95% it may not happen also, because it will be a very difficult proportion. And the second thing I will tell you, in India, if you put that 95% should be there, people will cook the data to make 95%. So that is also there. So you cannot make the like that. Our idea is that you kindly provide how many percentage of the student they are getting the scholarship. So whether it may be 55%, 60%, or that is 90%. So you have to give the percentage accordingly. It will be calculated.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Yes.
Thank you, sir. The next question is,
Yes,
how
ma'am.
to record the students who have gone for higher education or passed NET set or other exams?
See, in the fifth criteria, we have the question in the 5.2.3. The average percentage of the students who are qualifying the state and national international thing, and average percentage of the student progressing to higher education during the last 5 years. 5.2.2 question. In the question, what we are requesting you that the institution after the student has come out from your college, whether they are progressing or not. See, idea behind is that one, in some colleges you will have a UG to PG, you will be having PG to PhD, you will be having. In some colleges you will be having only undergraduate will be there. So alumni association can give you some data what happened to the student at a later stage. For example, if you ask the Sudipti Roy, he will tell if he is a doctor of the heart surgeon, he will say that after the patient, whether they are coming back to his clinic or not, it will give you the indication that is the heart is functioning or not. So the thing is that the recalculating, that means the frequently going to the medical will give you the indication that his body is not proper. If his body proper, he must have not gone to the clinic. The second thing way of looking is that one, NAAC is looking for the data. See, sometimes the database management is very difficult in the institution. For example, in your college, shall I give you one more example just to share with you that in the Sriramco college, if you are having the BSc and the MSc in the chemistry and also in the electronics you are having. Suppose you are having music also. Now, the third year student, if he gets married and if he does not take the examination also, very difficult, you have to convince the parent, kindly send the girl to take at least the final year examination. So, situations will be different from the one matrix to other. Now, how to get the data for this type of the thing is that a alumni association should be stronger and the student should be communicated through your website. If a student gets the somewhere she or he is passed suppose in the Kolkata University got the PhD, then they have to at least they have to inform the college. See, NAAC has put this question, the benchmark is not high. It may be 2% or 5% will be there. But the thing is that whether the institution is having the data or not. See, for example, just to share with you that how you will be knowing that how the students are progressing in their career. So how to measure that one? That is the difficult time. So that is the reason one small what we call the NAAC has put one question for that one in the 5.2.2 for the measurement of such things, madam. Hello?
Yes, sir, you are audible.
Huh. Any other question is there?
Yes, sir. Sir, we have one question regarding mentoring from Bidhan Chandra College from Shunandita Sarkar. Madam has asked that the mentoring of students need to be documented.
Yes,
So,
madam.
how can it be documented? And how is mentoring different from counseling?
Counseling comes in the fifth criteria.
Yes.
See, the counseling comes in the fifth criteria where academic counseling, personal counseling will be there. So I will come to the now the mentor to mentee here. 1 second. I'm just coming to the question here. 1 second. I'm just coming to the mentor to mentee question here. For example, 2.3.3 ratio of mentor to student for academic and other related issues, like that it is there. This is the question which has got the 15 marks. Now, for example, I will give you the Bidhan Chandra College. I have not gone through the college, what exactly the courses they are having. For example, I will give you Srirampur Girls College will have 520 students every year they are admitting in the BSc first year or BA first year, like that. Okay. In the first year, when the student admitted to your college, what is their percentage? Whether the girl is having the 60%, 70% or 52%. So second thing you have to ask that girl child, what you would like to become. Then you have to mold them. Mold in the sense, the mentor mentee. Suppose one teacher will have 22 students, one teacher will have 30 students. It depends upon the permanent faculty which you are having in the college. Now the ratio will be differ from the one program to the other program. Means the science program will have different, arts program will have different. Now mentor to mentee, you have to keep the record. For example, in the one of the college, how they are maintaining the thing. In the first year, when the student comes, they will make a small diary. In the diary, they will take one photograph from the student and the parent qualification. Parent qualification क्या है? वो उन्होंने पढ़ा लिखा है क्या? और the माँ बाप पढ़े नहीं हैं. This is the first year. This student itself is coming to the first generation learner, so who is coming to the degree. And the girl child, what they would like to do after the completing the degree program. So उसके लिए क्या करना पड़ेगा? You have to hand hold student. उसके लिए क्या करना पड़ेगा? कुछ कार्यक्रम करना पड़ेगा. For example, if you would like to make a certificate program for the foreign language, हो सकता है इंग्लिश स्पीकिंग कोर्स हो सकता है, संस्कृत स्पीकिंग कोर्स हो सकता है, फ्रेंच स्पीकिंग हो सकता है, वेरियस थिंग्स वी कैन डू. जैसा ये बिधन चंद्र कॉलेज में आप फ्रेंच कर सकते हैं बिकॉज लोकेशन इज बिलोंग टू द ओल्ड थिंग. Depending upon that, you have to mold the student. Mold the student in a sense, you have to take a special interest. One person told, a teacher told one day that how you will come to know that he is a good teacher. If a teacher takes care of the student as their own children, then he will be a good teacher. So teacher has to take a special interest to mold the student. That is the thing.
Thank you, sir. The next question is from Shubhajit Ghosh, who is the NAAC coordinator of Bidhan Chandra College.
Yes,
he is asking that do exam days constitute teaching days?
No, that will be as per the UGC and the affiliating university. No, NAAC does not have any norms to what is to be considered as a teaching day. The teaching day is considered as norms as UGC norms.
Okay, sir. The next question is on e-governance. What is this concept of e-governance in areas of operation like planning, development, and administration?
In the e-governance, you can have a software. Suppose there is a computer science department is there. The computer science department can make your own software for the benefit of your thing. Suppose admission हो सकता है, evaluation हो सकता है, रिजल्ट डिक्लेरेशन हो सकता है, टीसी गिविंग टू द स्टूडेंट हो सकता है, और फीस कलेक्शन भी हो सकता है. All the things you will be doing through the e-governance.
Okay.
So that is the thing. And you may have your own software, or you may take up from some software companies also. So if you are having a software company, how much payment you have done, who is having the license, that is also you should give in the NAAC.
Okay. Next question is it compulsory to mention purchasing of equipments whose value is less than 1 lakh?
You have, see, whatever may be 1 lakh or 50,000 or more than 1 lakh, but purchase will be done through the vendor. That vendor, suppose if you are having in the chemistry lab, you will have the spectroscopy. If you are having the spectroscopy, then it will be given to some company to make provide. That provide bill has to be with the proper bill has to be given. That is the thing which NAAC is.
Okay, so the next question is from Amit Majumdar. He's saying that how can the student survey satisfaction be ensured, because students keep on changing their ID, and the ID they submit in the college at the time of admission, they often change that, and they also forget at times. So how can we cope up with that?
मैं अमित जी के लिए एक रिक्वेस्ट देता हूँ. सपोज मैडम आप यू आर टीचिंग द इंग्लिश, है ना. सपोज मान लीजिए अमित जी केमिस्ट्री पढ़ा रहे हैं, तो केमिस्ट्री यू हैव 45 स्टूडेंट्स. आप स्टूडेंट को एक ईमेल तो भेज दीजिए, तो ईमेल वो देखते हैं नहीं देखते हैं पता चलेगा ना. यू आर हैविंग ए कंट्रोल ऑफ योर स्टूडेंट. So the student you send in one questionnaire. So project based learning, प्रोजेक्ट आप ईमेल द्वारा ही आपका फैकल्टी को सबमिट करना है करके बोल दीजिए, तब वो वही ईमेल आईडी यूज करेंगे ना. So people will not change the email ID. Yes. The idea behind is that NAAC, the 90% email ID you give, out of that one NAAC will send a survey for the 30 to 40%, and उसमें 10% तो रिस्पॉन्स देंगे. उसके लिए बेहतर है, मैं अमित जी से निवेदन करता हूँ, साल में एक बार तो एक ईमेल स्टूडेंट को भेज के तो देखो वापस तो ईमेल आता है नहीं आता है करके.
Thank you, sir. This is a wonderful solution. And in this time of pandemic, definitely we are doing this because we are taking our classes through Google Meet. Correct. So now it's quite active.
Yes, madam.
And the next question is, what kind of quality improvement strategy can be adopted in HRM?
Human resource development mein, see, who is asking that question?
This question is from Shubhajit Ghosh.
Okay, Shubhajit Ghosh के लिए मेरा इतना निवेदन है. See, the human resource development or management depends on the governance. The governance means the faculty members, whether it is a non-teaching staff or a teaching staff. A teaching staff will be sometimes they will be permanent, they will be in the full time. Full time in the sense permanent post है, मगर परमानेंट पोस्ट जो है रिक्रूटमेंट नहीं कर सकता है क्योंकि उस पोस्ट के लिए SC ST ऑफिसर का कोई फैकल्टी नहीं मिल रहा है. तो तब क्या करेंगे, कॉलेज चलाने के लिए यू हैव टू मेक इट दैट द टीचर विल बी ऑन द एडॉक बेसिस. एडॉक बेसिस में क्या करेंगे, आप एक साल के लिए उनको अपॉइंटमेंट दे देंगे, अगले बार फिर दोबारा नेक्स्ट ईयर यू विल मेक अगेन व्हाट यू कॉल द एडवर्टाइजमेंट. कोई नहीं आते तो कॉलेज तो चलाना पड़ेगा. सपोज मान लीजिए मैं आपको एक उदाहरण देता हूँ, आप म्यूजिक डिपार्टमेंट है, म्यूजिक डिपार्टमेंट में परकनिस्ट का एक पोस्ट होता है, तबला और साथी बनाने के लिए. तभी उसके लिए SC ST OBC होना चाहिए करके गवर्नमेंट जो जोरदार लगा देंगे, तब आपको SC ST उस पोस्ट के लिए नहीं मिलेगा. तो नहीं मिलेगा तो आपको कॉलेज चलाना पड़ता है. सो यू हैव टू मैनेज एट योर लेवल. तो मेरे से ज्यादा है डॉक्टर सुदीप्ति रॉय कैन टेल मोर बिकॉज हाउ इट इज डिफिकल्ट टू मैनेज द पीपल विद द ह्यूमन रिसोर्स मैनेजमेंट.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Hello, Suranjana.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
We may now go for the next session because Dr. Ganesh Hegde. Hello, sir. Checking. There will be lot of questions for you.
Yes.
But we have to go for the next session. We will ask you again in
Yes.
your mail, etc. There are provisions also. Huh?
Yes.
Sir?
Ma'am, may I just ask one question with your permission? Just the
Yes,
last
yes.
one.
Yes.
Okay,
Yes.
the last question is from our college, Srirampur Girls College. The question is there any score fixed for this?
नहीं आ रहा है मैडम. Suranjana madam, the voice is not coming.
Hello. Hello.
Shuranjana is not audible. Please.
Yes, if any questions from our college, the teacher may ask now. Hello.
Yeah,
If there is
that question
any
was from, yeah, I'm Dr. Sandeep Ojumdar. That question was from my side. That what is the minimum score for that? That pre-approval, or I mean that. What is the term you said? Just a moment, sir. For pre-qualification, I mean, what is the minimum score required for the pre-qualification?
Pre-qualification means there are the metrics, 60 metrics are there for a PG college for the quantitative metric. Quantitative metric means it will be validated through the computer system-based score, which we call, or the DVV process. That's called data validation and verification. So 60 metrics में 25 metrics minimum they have to pass. After that only qualified to become the next level. That next level means second level fees will be collecting from the institution. Initially they are will pay only 50%. 50% fee will not be paid by the college. When they pass the 25% of the pre-qualification only, NAAC will take the rest of the fees. That is 50% more fee will be paid by the institution. So there should not be burden to the institution.
Yeah, thank you, sir. Thank you so much.
Over to Dr. Shayanti Mukhopadhyay for the next session, please. Will you please announce?
Hello. Madam, I have a question.
Yes. Am I audible?
Hello.
Oh,
Hello.
I have a question to Hagre.
Yes. Uttam, you can continue. Yes.
Sir, I have a question regarding the criteria 2.6.2. That what will be the method for measuring level of attainment of program outcome, course outcome, and program specific outcome?
Sir, the measurements, whatever you are having, which NAAC is asking, you have to ask the your affiliating university, Calcutta University, what is the program outcome, program specific outcome. NAAC has not any specific thing. What is the program outcome or program specific outcome? Suppose music के लिए क्या program outcome हो सकता है, which will not be the same for a BSc chemistry, and it will be not same for the MSc biotechnology. So the program outcome and the program specific outcome has to come from the institution, and this will be measured during the on-site visit of the NAAC. That means the peers who are coming to your college will be measuring the program specific outcome and program outcome. So you kindly look into the things. Suppose if you are, I don't know which subject you are teaching, Uttamji. Suppose if you are teaching the chemistry.
Economics.
So if it is a economics, there are microeconomics here. There are so many subjects will be there along with the economics. Now the economics, how it will be measured at the BA level or at MA level, that the teachers of your college will be knowing, because they are teaching the economics. So college should make the program outcome and the program specific outcome. You can look into the various other colleges and you can just Google it. You will get the 101 records in your table. And your teacher, if you are teaching, 4 teachers are teaching in the college, you have to make what is the program outcome for your college. That is the idea.
Okay, that was the last question for this session. Thank you very much, the question for Aston Parsons and Dr. Hegre. Now, yeah, I request Dr.
I will take over.
Mukhopadhyay to
Yes,
carry
yes,
on.
ma'am. I'm here.
Over
Thank
to
you
you.
so much. I earnestly thank Dr. Ganesh Hegre, Anant Hegre, for answering each and every query with so much patience, sincerity, and expertise, sir. Your presentation was absolutely thrilling, informative, and enriching. Thank you. All my gratitude. And I do thank Dr. Suranjana Bhadro, the Assistant Professor of English, for conducting the questionnaire session so efficiently. I will now hand over the microphone, rather leave the platform to Dr. Shondeep Mujumdar, Assistant Professor of Physics, Srirampur Girls College, to introduce our second eminent scholar and the research person, Dr. Siddhartha Gupta, Principal, Bankura Jila, Sharodamoni Mohila Mahavidyapit, West Bengal. Over to you, Dr. Shondeep Mujumdar.
Thank you, ma'am. I'm
Yes.
glad to introduce our next speaker for this webinar today, Professor Siddharth Gupta, who is principal of Bankura Jila Sharodamoni Mohila Mahavidyapit, which is a NAAC accredited A-grade college, Rusa funded college. Dr. Gupta received his PhD degree from University of Calcutta in the year 1993, and he has got his master's from the same university in the year 1981. He received his bachelor's degree from the University of Bardhaman in the year 1978 in philosophy. Dr. Gupta received Shiksha Ratna Award during 2016, awarded by Honorable Chief Minister of Government of India. He is a NAAC peer team member since 2009 and has experience of visiting more than 40 colleges around different places in India. He is also member of Executive Council and Court of Bakura University. He is also ex-member of Executive Council of the University of Bardhaman and West Bengal Council of Higher Secondary Education. He is general body member and ex-vice president of All Bengal Principals Council. His leadership experience includes he was elected cultural secretary of Vishwabharati University, Shantiniketan, under the banner of Vishwabharati Chhatra Parishad by receiving highest votes from students in the 1980 and 81. He is also involved in various causes. He is active member of Volunteer Blood Donors Association of West Bengal and delivers several motivational lectures through different NGOs regarding personality and entrepreneurship development and skill development. He has long teaching experience. He started his career in Narajul College, West Midnapur, and where he taught UG level students from 1986 to 2000. Then he joined Mahatma Gandhi College, Lalpur, and where he worked from 2000 to 2006. Then he joined his present college, that is Bankura Jila Sharodamoni Mahavidyapit, Mohila Mahavidyapit, and where he teaches UG and PG students. His research activity includes he published several papers in reputed journals, articles, and books during last 34 years. He has organized and attended different seminars and workshops during last 34 years, which includes the importance of benchmarking in third cycle of NAAC, the procedure of assessment by NAAC in 2015. Finally, he is a good singer and guitarist. He played guitar in All India Radio Kolkata as grade B artist and he sang songs. He played guitar in Kolkata Doordarshan program. So that is the brief introduction of Professor Siddharth Gupta. So we are privileged to have you here, sir, today. So I would request you to kindly take over from here. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. I am very happy to participate in this national webinar. Am I audible?
Yes, sir.
Siddharth,
Okay, thank you.
Siddharth,
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
you kindly make it full screen.
Full screen, okay. Is it okay, sir?
But your slides are not visible, sir.
Slides are not visible?
Yeah. Now, but yes, please carry on.
The computer
It's okay.
कर दीजिए. The computer.
It's okay.
Okay, go ahead.
Audible?
Go ahead.
Visible now?
Yes.
Yes,
Okay,
yes,
okay.
yes, sir.
Okay. As we are running short of time, I will skip some of my slides also. So first of all, I express my heartfelt gratitude and thankfulness to both the colleges, Sri Rampur Girls College and Vidhan Chandra College, Rishra, for inviting me in this webinar and to share my views. As a one of the senior most principals of West Bengal, and as having more than 14 years of principalship, I can share, first of all, before I go through the, paper, I would like to share my own experience. When I joined this college as principal during December 2006, I saw that several committees were formed and several committees were defunct due to the reasons not known to me. But no NAAC accreditation or assessment has been taken place. So this gave me a pain, much pain. So this was a good college, no doubt. And I called upon a meeting of Teachers' Council and took the oath from everybody. Should we go for NAAC or not? That is the first question. And they all allowed me to prepare committees for preparing assessors. And you know, that time in 2007, the process was different, and that was subjective, not objective like this time. As we were hearing patiently Dr. Hegde's speeches, and very nicely and lucidly, elaborately, he has described all the, criteria in a nutshell, and the new things brought by the NAAC to assess and accredit the college. First of all, I must say that we should have an united force, a committed and devoted group of teachers, non-teaching staff, students, and alumni who will prepare the assessor, IIQA, AQAs, and all the other aspects of assessment process. Before I go there, first of all, I must share my personal opinion about Dr. Hegde, as he is associated with NAAC and has been serving for the nation with utmost satisfaction to all concerned from its inception, that is from 1994. And he's a very good friend of mine. I must express my gratitude to him for accepting our invitation. Me and Professor Shoma Roy, the principal of Sri Rampur College, we took the initiative to invite him, and he has given his kind consent to come over here. So what I was telling, and I must acknowledge that I am really astonished to see that there is one personality who is a very, very busy person, Dr. Sudipto Roy. In one hand, he is the member of Legislative Assembly, so he has got so many preoccupations, I know. He's a great leader, I know also. And at the same time, he is the president of both the dynamic colleges, Sri Rampur College and Rishra College. And still now he is listening to our lecture. I must express my gratitude to him. So my say was this, like this: we have to be aware of every aspect of this assessment procedure. For this, NAAC website is everything. Above all, we should go each and every corners of this website. It is very dynamic, very much helpful, and it is a ready reckoner for all the questions we have raised today and other days also. Regarding templates, as Dr. Hegde was correctly mentioned that you have to prepare the whole assessor and templates, data templates, and prepare your data sheets before you jump for the IQAC registration process. If you don't do this, it will be next to impossible to complete the process of filling data for SSR within this 45 days. It will be next to impossible because there are huge data required. Your website will be inflated like a balloon with data. And actually, what we do, we people start the assessment procedure, I mean, preparing assessor at the last year. Maximum colleges do this. Am I correct, sir? Maximum colleges do this at the last year, like final year students who prepare themselves at the last year and go on reading and cramming. But they are not succeeded in all cases. Like this, we have to prepare from the next day of our first cycle accreditation or the second cycle accreditation, whatever it may be. So the process begins from the next day of the result is being declared by the NAAC. Data, we have to prepare a data bank. Nowadays, for AISHI, I mean AISHE, if you go for NIRF, if you go for NAAC, everywhere, and for DPI office also, higher education also, you have to prepare so many data templates and data sheets. So it is better to prepare ourselves from the very next day of our assessment. So if you are going for the first time, that is different. And in many cases, we are going for the second cycle, third cycle, fourth cycle, etc. So we have to prepare from the next day. Otherwise, it is not possible. And in some cases, we become very much bewildered, what to do, what not to do, what to put or what to drop. This type of, disturbances come to our mind. So we should not do this. We should start the process from the next day. And as I was telling you, in the case of our first cycle accreditation, we prepared our assessor within 26 days. You believe or don't believe, we prepared the assessor 26 days and sent it through courier to the NAAC. That time it was the procedure. And after that, during March, we were assessed by the NAAC, and team came for a couple of days as per that, as per the laws and regulations. So a couple of days, our assessment process were done, and we were accredited with B+ then. And then in the second cycle, we started the process from the very first day after declaration of the result, and we prepared data in a well-equipped manner so that every aspect could be incorporated. And we sent the assessor within December 2014, within November 2014, and during January, we were accredited again in the second cycle, and we accredited with grade A. And in the third cycle, we are facing this new challenge of maximum quantitative metrics we have to prepare, fill up, and minimum qualitative metrics. But in qualitative metrics also, there should be very, objective. We should be very much objective in preparing data, because we should have to present the URL in our institutional website properly, so that it can be communicated by the DBB during the DBB process. And student satisfaction survey. For this, you have to prepare your own software for getting students' feedback, separate software for getting feedback from the alumni. Some professor was asking to Dr. Hegde about this mechanism. He asked that how could we collect the data regarding students' progression? This is a good question, but this is a very easy way to collect the data, because you don't have every student in your college who are doing PG, or you may not have the PG. So you have to collect the feedback from your alumni. So alumni registration portal should be there in your website, and you give circulation through newspaper, this registration for alumni, and active, proactive, and functional alumni association should be there. It bears a good point also. So proactive and functional, for preparing proactive and functional alumni, you must have a portal in the registration portal for alumni, and collecting feedback from alumni and parents also. So you have to make aware your students and alumni and parents who will give you data during the process of verification and validation, because student satisfaction survey bears a good number. And for this, we have to prepare our students, aware our students beforehand. Some students do not know what is NAAC. NAAC, what does it mean? They do not know. They come and go from the college and go to their house, but they do not know about the National Assessment and Accreditation Council. We should have to aware them properly. And this type of students' feedback collecting methodology, online methodology, will help you to prepare students for the student satisfaction survey. As in our case, during this COVID-19, some students used to call me and other teachers that, sir, we are getting messages or getting email, and you have to give the data along with their proper email ID, which is communicable, and the telephone number which is communicable. Sometimes of cyber cafe, and it makes the wrong thing. When the phone call goes he cannot answer or she cannot answer. So it should be the own number and own email ID. Each and every student have to be aware of this thing, and we people should have to aware them. Nowadays, we are following the learner-centric education. I am coming to the now. I am coming to the my point, which I was told by Dr. Shoma Roy to share with you. That is the second criteria of the self-study: teaching, learning, and evaluation. The self-study report forms the backbone of the entire process of accreditation. Special effort has been made to differentiate some of the items to render them more applicable to different categories of institutions. It is hoped that the manuals will help the higher education institutions is prepared for the revised process of assessment and accreditation. As always, NAAC welcomes feedback from every corner. NAAC website is very dynamic, I told you earlier also, and video tutorial is there. A wonderful video tutorial is there. You don't have to ask any question to anybody in nearby or rear colleges. But you have to go through carefully the video, demonstration that is there in the NAAC website. It is a ready reckoner for every steps of assessment and accreditation. The contribution of the experts and NAAC officials is in developing the manual is gratefully acknowledged. The criteria-based assessment forms the backbone of assessment and accreditation process of NAAC. The 7 criteria represent the core functions and activities of a higher education institution. The revised framework, not only the academic and administrative aspect of institutional functioning, but also the emerging issues have been included. The 7 criteria are as basis for assessment of higher education institutions are, already told by Dr. Hegde, curricular aspects, teaching, learning, evaluation, research, innovations, etc. But I will concentrate on the second, that is criterion 2. Criterion 2 pertains to the efforts of an institution to serve students of different backgrounds and instructional techniques that engage students in higher order thinking and investigation through the use of interviews, focused group discussions, debates, projects, presentations, experiments, practicum, internship, and application of ICT resources are important considerations. It also probes into the adequacy, competence, as well as the continuous professional development of the faculty who handle the programs of study. The efficacy of the techniques used to continuously evaluate the performance of teachers and students is also a major concern of this criterion. The focus of criterion 2 is captured in the following key indicators. 1. Student enrollment and profile. 2. Catering to student diversity, whether students coming from different sectors or different categories or not, that is the point. 3rd, teaching learning process, teacher profile and quality, evaluation process and reforms, student performance and learning outcomes, student satisfaction survey. So, first of all, student enrollment and profile. The process of admitting students to the programs is through a transparent, well-administered mechanism complying with all the norms of the concerned regulatory governing agencies, including state and central governments. And nowadays, we are following everywhere this online admission procedure. Somewhere it is standalone basis, somewhere in some other states, it is in, as for example, I can tell you, in Odisha, it is conducted by the state. So every colleges are under this portal. That is the very wonderful portal I have gone through in Odisha. So this is not there. So in case of our state, we are admitting our students through this online procedure following a standalone basis methodology. But it is transparent, no doubt of it. And in case of teachers recruitment, it is also very transparent in our state, as Dr. Hegde knows it, that College Service Commission recommends, including the principals and all teachers, to the colleges for recruitment. After that, governing body resolves to recruit them, and principal issues the appointment letter. So this is a very transparent procedure of admission of students and recruitment of teachers and non-teaching staff also. So catering to diverse student diversity, the higher education institutions are expected to satisfy the needs of the students from diverse, including backward community as well as from different locales. They would make special efforts to bring in students from special categories, reach out to their special learning needs by initial assessment of their learning levels, in addition to understand possible variations over years, and how and what is done to deal with such students, while in unigender institutions, explicit efforts are to be made to sensitive students about the other gender and the like. In case of foreign students, this is my humble suggestion, you may contact the ICCL, Indian Cultural Relations Office, Kolkata. In our case, we had one student from Bangladesh and two other students from Africa, but they didn't get admission ultimately. But the Bangladesh student got admission, and she qualified successfully with English honors. So it will add some good advantage to your assessment. And from other states also, students, if you have students from other states, it will spread the diversity. And if you don't have, there is nothing doing. So then we are coming to teaching learning process. And we know that here lies the main focus, because 350 marks are there in this criteria, teaching, learning, and evaluation. Teaching learning process should be learner-centered. Call upon the students in a meeting after their admission, and if possible, a PTM, that means parent teachers meeting, may be called twice in a year. That is a very good practice. And some will laugh that in schools it happens. In colleges, you are calling about the parent teachers meeting. Is it possible? It is possible, sir. It is possible, madam. Everyone is so happy, because in some cases we have found out that some parents do not know where their pupils go, where their students go, children go after taking the lunch. Sometimes they're not going to the college, sometimes going to cinema, sometimes going to the mall or different places. But We should be aware of this. So this helps the institution to search out who are the regular students, who are not, who are attentive students, who are not, who are regularly taking their classes, attending their classes. You have the attendance sheet also, attendance registers also, but this methodology helps you finding out who are the poor learners or average learners or who are the above average learners. Some was telling about the mentor-mentee system. Here lies the mentor-mentee system, sir. And you have to prepare a group of 20 or 15 or 25 as it the case may be, but there should be a mentor-mentee system. There should be a teacher who is the mentor and who is the mentor of these 20 students of a particular department or a particular class, who will study their mentality, who will study their ability through some internal assessments beforehand. When we will be asked by the university to take internal assessment, that is different thing. That is a procedure. That is under the examination procedure. But we have to take regularly internal assessments so that students are aware, students are responding, and how they are responding, we the teachers can judge properly. And this is the student-centric learning. And in some cases, we are arranging group discussions. Primarily, we give some topic to the students and go through, study the topic and come on particular day and sit together, gathering, say about 20 students and make a group discussion. Give some sort of prize to them. Try to make subject quiz in classes. Give some sort of prize. It may be a pen, it may be a pencil, it may be a Cadbury chocolate also, but it gives immense, it is a very good initiative on the part of teachers, on the part of students also. They are very much encouraged. Students are very good, but they do not come regularly to the colleges. This is a fact. But we have to drag them from outside to the classroom, and this is one of the policy to drag them from the outside. So diversity of learners in respect of their background, abilities, and other personal abilities will influence the extent of their learning. The teaching learning modalities of the institution are rendered to be relevant for the learner group. The learner-centered education through appropriate methodologies such as participative learning, experiential learning, and collaborative learning modes facilitate effective learning. And in some cases, we do not have good number of teachers in particular department. So we can do one thing. As we are following this strategy, we have made MOU and MOC, Memorandum of Understanding and Memorandum of Cooperation, with other neighboring colleges. We have definitely a MOU with foreign university also in Australia. That is a different thing. But for regular practice, you have to have some collaborations with the neighboring colleges. Like a cluster college, it will help the students very, very effectively. That in some cases, some college, maybe there is no teacher, no permanent teacher in a particular department, but you invite from other colleges and you send your teachers to other colleges, so that this type of collaborative consultancy, research, and teaching methodology it will be appreciated by the NAAC, definitely, and UGC is encouraging on it. Teacher profile and quality. Teacher quality is a composite term to indicate the quality of teachers in terms of their qualification, teacher characteristics, adequacy of recruitment procedures, faculty availability, professional development, and recognition of teaching abilities. Teachers take initiative to learn and keep abreast with the latest developments to innovate, continuously seek improvement in their work, and strive for individual and institutional excellence. Evaluation process and reforms. This key indicator looks at evaluative processes and reforms to increase the efficiency and effectiveness of the system. One of the purposes of evaluation is to provide development-inducing feedback. The qualitative dimension of evaluation is in its use of enhancing the competence of students. Innovative evaluation process is to gauge the knowledge and skills acquired at various levels of programs. These specifications are stated as PSO, that is program specific outcomes, and COs, that is course outcomes. One student is coming to get some knowledge, to acquire some knowledge from a particular program or a course. What is the outcome? That is very much important to judge, and we, the teachers, may judge it, and there is a procedure, and we have to prepare the PO, CO, and PSO in elaborative manner. So, and not only that, those should be properly, verified and signed by the university authority. And one thing more, there should be a green audit also. I think Dr. Hegde will know. Hello? Any problem, sir? Hello? Any problem?
No problem, sir. You can continue. No problem, sir.
Okay, thank you, madam. Okay, so green audit. What is green audit? We have greeneries in the campus. In every colleges we have greeneries. Pardon? We have every.
आपका slide change कर रहा होते तो slide change कर लीजिए, है ना? Because slide is not changed for last so many things. Whatever you are.
आप देख पाते हैं सर? आप देख पाते हैं slides?
हाँ, अभी जा रहा है ना?
जा रहा है, ठीक है. ठीक है.
Go ahead.
Yeah. So I am telling about out of this criteria, though it is very much relevant and it will be helpful for the colleges who are going for assessment and accreditation. And we should know properly that what is green audit. Though it is not related, but it is very, very, very essential to have some green audit. How can it be done? There are some UGC stipulated auditors. I can tell you afterwards. So you can contact him or her. He will give you a huge data sheet. You have to prepare the format. And not only we will count the trees and plants and the areas covered by greeneries in our campus. That is not all. What percentage of oxygen we are getting from those greeneries and what percentage of carbon dioxide they are getting from us. So this is a methodology. There is a methodology to audit the greeneries. So green audit is a very important thing. I don't elaborate this point. So I will go to the next point. Evaluation process reforms I have completed. So next, student performance and learning outcomes. The real test of the extent to which teaching learning has been effective in a higher education institution is reflected in the student performance in the examinations. It is the mirror where you can see the products they have come out from your college or institution with a good result. So student performance is seen as the realization of learning outcomes which are specifications of what a student should be capable of doing on successful completion of a course and or a program. Student satisfaction survey 2.7 is very important criteria, a part of the criteria, key aspect of the criteria. All the efforts of teachers and the institution to make learning a meaningful process can be considered impactful only to the extent students perceive it to be meaningful. To the extent, I repeat, students perceive it to be meaningful. Their satisfaction level is decided by the kinds of experiences they undergo, the extent of the comfort feeling, as well as intellectual stimulation of the learning situations provide. Their feedback significantly showcases the actual quality of teaching learning process, enabling identification of the strengths of teaching as well as the possible improvements. Student satisfaction thus is a direct indicator of the effectiveness of teaching learning in the institution. It may be impractical to capture this aspect from every student. However, every higher education institution can resort to a sample survey on a formalized basis to capture this significant feature. This is the reason the revised assessment framework of NAAC adopts survey of the student satisfaction. And initially I told about this, that there should be a good mechanism to collect, formal mechanism to collect feedback from students, alumni, and parents, and from the teachers also, and from the non-teaching staff also. And there should be a good mechanism of self-appraisal by teaching and non-teaching staff. Glimpses of teaching learning. I'm just giving some example from a, say, XYZ college. Teaching learning evaluation के ऊपर ये चर्चा है. So number of students from other states you have to put, number of students from foreign countries you have to put. So these are the data, and everywhere you view document means there is a data, there is an URL where you can connect to the data in your institutional website. Because NAAC portal will intake only 5 MB, isn't it, sir? 5 MB? Ganeshji? So there is a limitation. So you have to cross that limit. You can put data in your website in a separate template if it is not coming into the area of 500 words. I am giving one example. Catering to diversity. The student assesses the learning levels of the students. The institution assesses the learning levels of the students after admission and organizes special programs for advanced learners and slow learners. Your response would be like this. The students who take admission in this college do not only belong to the different socio-economic backgrounds, but also from different mediums. This is the reason their subject knowledge, language proficiency, knowledge regarding technology are likely to vary. To make them comfortable with the college environment, several measures are adopted. This is an example. Every year, a freshers welcome program is arranged where the newly admitted students are welcomed by the senior students of the college, the principal, some members of teachers council, and IQAC, which should be functional everywhere, make them aware of the scopes and challenges in higher education. Expectations of the institutions from them and academic environment of the college. Second, academic counseling sessions are organized by each department where syllabus structure of the curriculum are thoroughly discussed. And you can prepare your lesson plan and serve amongst the students beforehand, before initiating the classes. So these are the examples. I should not go. I should not read everyone. File description, view document. These are there. So here is another qualitative metric. A response is like this: with regards to teaching and learning, teachers make sure that the lectures are sufficiently interactive and the tutorial system is further strengthened. We are arranging tutorial classes in every college. We are arranging sometimes remedial classes also. What do we do there? We should segregate the students, the slow learners, the average learners, and above average learners. I mean the quality learners. They should not be mixed up always. Tutorials should be given separately to the slow learners and advanced learners. That should be the proper methodology of attracting students coming from different diversity to your classes. You can make them effectively coming regularly attending students. Percentage of teachers using ICT for effective teaching with learning management systems. There should be numbers. Suppose here that college has given response 13 teachers are using. In your case, it may be 25. In some other, it may be 10 also. That is the point. But what Dr. Hegde properly mentioned that, very nicely mentioned that, we should give the proper data which can be verified while the DVB process, because it is a very, very crucial stage and it will be done by the third party, not by the assessors on the same day. It is not possible. That is why NAAC has made it mandatory to go through this online procedure. Innovation and creativity in teaching learning. Presently, the institution follows technology-oriented lecture method supplemented by audio-visual aids along with the traditional method of classroom lectures, that is chalk and talk method. Several classrooms at present are equipped with projectors and many of the teachers use ICT during their lectures. The college has set up a virtual classroom enriched with different type of modern teaching aids such as smart board, audiovisual system, etc. to make the teaching learning process innovative and creative. The college library is fully automated using ILMS softwares SOL 2.0, which was introduced during 2015. This college says the college has subscribed to a large number of e-books and e-journals available on the internet, which the students and teachers may access anytime from anywhere. And in our college, we have installed one e-library, e-shelf, we have purchased from some company belonging to oral company of Kerala. So there are 10,000 books and journals, and students can go through just giving the password. They can go through, and we have digitized the lending system of our library. It has been appreciated by the NAAC last time because it reduces the time. It reduces the time of students' lending system, book lending system. Students don't have to stand in a queue. They come, they use their password, they search for the books in the library, and they just want these 2 books I want. So the librarian will put them in that soul system. It is there, so it will be recorded that the books have been given to such and such students, and such and such time has been given to send back the book. Otherwise, it will be charged fine. These are the metrics you have to fill up with your numbers. And everywhere you have to put the data template and document connecting with the URL. List of full-time teachers from other state if you have. If you don't have, just say no. Mechanism of internal assessment is transparent and robust in terms of frequency and variety. Friends, in this COVID-19 scenario, everything is not bad. It is my personal opinion, everything is not bad, because without it, we would not get the chance of gathering and exchanging our thoughts like this. And we are taking classes through Google Meet or through Cisco WebEx or through other softwares you have procured from the companies. So it has given the opportunities to make tech savvy to every teachers, including the SSCTs, guest teachers and part-time contractual teachers. So they are aware of this thing. So you can have the record, how many classes they have taken. You can make a chart, pie chart, and you can upload it in the website. So everything will be transparent to the NAAC, to the EGC, to AISCG. So everything is transparent. You come and see what is happening. When it comes to internal assessment, concerned committee along with departmental heads prepare the schedules mentioning the specific dates of paper setting, examinations, distribution of answer scripts, submission of marks in the office, and publication of results. So in this type of softwares, you can take in regular basis the internal assessments or assignments from the students. It is a good practice. Mechanism to deal with the examination related grievances is transparent, time-bound, and efficient response. Generally, the end semester or after end semester examinations, whichever may be, are conducted by the affiliating university, in your case, Kolkata University. The admit cards are issued by the university and distributed usually 1 week before the scheduled date of the beginning of the examinations. In case of any discrepancy in connection with the admit cards, immediate step is taken by the college to correct any such problem. So these are the helping attitude and you have softwares that was e-governance. Some question was raised by one professor regarding e-governance, and we know that in our DPI office, we are getting salaries through this e-governance procedure now. The HRMS software is there, and we are included, every full-time teachers and non-teaching staff are included in that software. So we are getting salaries directly from the government to our own bank accounts. It is coming through this software. So these are the e-governance from the government side. And from college, in the college, we have adopted softwares. In every colleges, they are running good softwares where admission, starting from admission, enrollment, form fill up, their assessment, their other communications are done through this e-governance. The institution adheres to the academic calendar for the conduct of CIE response. The college adheres to the academic calendars as announced time to time by the affiliating university. Thus, prior to the commencement of the academic session, academic calendar is notified, which clearly specifies the date or time of various academic events. After the introduction of CBCS pattern in the college from the academic session 2017-18, the schedules for internal as well as other activities as per CBCS guidelines are categorically mentioned in the academic calendar and are accomplished accordingly. However, when it comes to internal assessments, the concerned committee of the college, along with the departmental heads, prepares the schedule mentioning the specific dates of paper setting, examinations, distribution of answer scripts, submission of marks in the office, and publication of results. Data should be attached. Student performance and learning outcomes. Important, very important key aspect. Program outcomes, program specific outcomes, and course outcomes for all programs offered by the institution are stated and displayed on website and communicated to teachers and students. This is the question. Response or answer is the college has worked out with the program outcomes, program specific outcomes, and course outcomes for each course. The same has been posted on the college website for further and universal communication. As the other modes of communication are concerned, copy of PO, PSO, and CO has been kept in the library for consultation. Semester-specific PO, PSO, and CO has also been made available at college photocopy center so that the interested learners can collect a copy of it when they join a course at the beginning of a semester. The same has been also sent to the faculty members by email. The mentors have been asked to share them with the mentees. Attainment of program outcomes. Response is like this: program outcomes, program specific outcomes, and course outcomes for all programs offered by the institution are stated and displayed on website and communicated to teachers and students. The institution evaluates the PO, CO, and COs in every academic session. Attention is given to the proper completion of the syllabus of each and every program and course. The teachers of the respective departments are given by the academic assignments at the beginning of the session. After the introduction of choice-based credit system in the academic session 17-18, several initiatives have been adopted by the institution to maintain a well-planned curriculum delivery. I should not elaborate. So thank you. I am very much happy to share my views and experiences with you. I am not a very efficient speaker in this field like Dr. Hegde or like others in the NAAC. But as a senior principal and as an assessor, I have come across so many colleges of different types. Very good colleges I have seen in different places, and very poor colleges also I have seen gone through in several places. So that gave me some sort of experience which I have shared with you. So thank you. I must stop here. I am thankful again to all the participants and all the stakeholders, each and every stakeholders of both Sri Rampur and Ristra College for giving me this opportunity for sharing these views. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your illuminating lecture on how to prepare the NAAC assessment report. Now, may I request Mithika Nandi, Mrs. Mithika Nandi, and Ms. Meglai Lama from Sri Rampur Girls College to conduct a question and answer session.
Good afternoon, sir. I'm Meglai Lama, Assistant Professor, Sri Rampur Girls College. Thank you so much for your enriching session. Let me delve into the question. The first question is from Professor Tuhin Roy, Sarojini Naidu College for Women. The question is, how can we assess or evaluate the students for NAAC in COVID and post-COVID situation?
Hello.
Hello, sir. Can you hear me?
Siddharth Gupta ji.
Yes.
Will you answer or shall I answer?
Yes, you may please. You are the boss. You are my boss, sir.
Not see. You are the presenter. With your permission only, we can answer.
Please.
Samindra Mohan Biswas ji asked one thing about some of the things about how exactly we can assess the things. What I would like to request you that kindly go through the WHO guideline. That is one thing. Where I have what to call in the chat box.
Repeating, yeah. So
I have given the chat box the link also to the building and awareness and everything. As morning, the madam, Dr. Sanyati Mukhopadhyay ji madam has told the psychologically keeping the interaction with the student is more important. See, my request to the whoever asked the question is that they kindly look into the various students who are there with you. For example, BA first year, BCom first year, BA second year, third year, like that student will be there. So at least once in a week or once in 2 days, you just kindly call them and ask them, how are you, what you are doing, how exactly classes are there, whether online is good, offline is better, all the things you can look into it. But my request is that some planning is required. The planning means that is suppose the pandemic situation may come over in the month of November or December. Now after November, December, what you will do? For that one, you have to work out now only. In the sense, so in the month of January or February, whatever you would like to do, what is called the project-based learning, the internship. So where he will be going, what he will be doing, you have to plan it. Unless you plan it, you will not be successful. Somebody said in the English proverb says, if you does not plan, you plan to fail. Nah. If you are not planning properly, you are going to fail. So the idea behind is that one, kindly look into the situation. The situation will continue another 2 to 3 months. Nevertheless, it may come down in the month of December. For example, let us say, hope sure that it will happen. The thing is that what you will be doing for next 3 months and what you will be after plan A and plan B and plan C. Plan A will be there during up to next 2 months what you are like to do. Plan B will be there after the student are coming to college, what you will be doing. Plan C will be there if their examinations, everything has to happen in the month of March, what will happen. So you need to have something called the plan A, B, and C. So accordingly, you have to work out how you will be able to do.
Okay, thank you so much, sir. Over
Yes.
to Mitika for the second question.
Thank you, sir, for a very enriching lectures for especially for young professors or teachers who have joined colleges to get a brief idea as to what is NAAC and what other responsibilities everyone has with regard to NAAC criteria. I found a couple of interesting questions to ask for you. The first one is from Dr. Uttam Haldar. He is an assistant professor of economics department at Sri Rampur Girls College. He is asking what will be the method of measurement for the level of attainment of course outcomes in a particular college while it is preparing for the NAAC criteria or NAAC assessment. Can you share your thoughts on the same?
Yeah, I have given the answer in the chat box where already you can see there. Course outcomes has to be attained by the student at the end of the formal course. A course may be 2 credit or a 4 credit. A course does not mean the 18 credit. A course is a paper. Once the paper, if you are teaching, suppose in the history, some papers you will be teaching in the 6 days, 6 hours you will be speaking and teaching in a 1 week. At the end of the one course, whether you are making a course outcome, that means after 6 days of teaching, how you will be able to measure it. For example, in your college you are having a music. The music will be having there are 2 things. One is the Carnatic music, one is the Hindustani music. In the music also the tabla is साथी तो चाहिए साथ music सिखाने के लिए. तभी 6 दिन के बाद तभी आप एक राग आप उनको सिखाते हैं. तभी you cannot every day you cannot practice. One day the student has to sing independently. When he makes the independent the music, then you will be able to see जो राग बोल रहे हैं वो सही बोल रहे हैं, वॉइस मॉड्यूलेशन ठीक तरह से हो रहा है, वो पंचमा में है, मध्यमा में है, कहाँ है करके आपको पता चलता है. So you will guide him properly. Course outcome is also like that. After teaching one course or a paper in a particular program, then you have to measure him. How it will be measured? Suppose if you are having the 6 courses in a paper, so 6 courses you will have a 6 evaluation. जो 20 मार्क में होता है वो 15 मार्क के लिए आप वैसा कंसिडर करिए एग्जामिनेशन. 5 मार्क विल बी देयर फॉर अटेंडेंस एंड द डिसिप्लिन व्हाट ही इज हैविंग. तो 5 मार्क है 20 मार्क हो जाएगा. So 15 mark will be measured by the course outcome. What is that outcome you would like? Suppose history के लिए अलग हो सकता है, economics के लिए अलग हो सकता है, political science के लिए अलग होगा, microbiology, biotechnology के लिए अलग होगा. The only thing is that जो 2 टीचर हो सकता है, 3 टीचर हो सकता है, 4 टीचर हो सकता है, एक कोर्स पढ़ाते हैं. तो चारों टीचर मिलके क्या आउटकम होना चाहिए वो पहले आप डिसाइड करना है. The teacher has to decide how the outcome will be measured. It may be examination, project-based learning, internship हो सकता है, or maybe the peer teaching हो सकता है, examination हो सकता है. So what is the way you would like to measure him? So that depends upon the program to program.
Thank you so much, sir, for your answers. I believe Dr. Uttam Haldar's queries have been solved. I now put it up to Meghlai for asking the next set of questions. Over to you, Meghlai.
Yes. So the next question is from Professor Sumedha Chakravarti from Sri Agrasen College. Her question is, if the college is to go for accreditation for the first time, what are the some basic important the general steps to ensure better points?
The first time if the college is undergoing for assessment, first thing is that minimum 6 years of standing is required, and 5 years down the line you have to give the data, whether it is a first cycle or a second cycle. Previous 5-year data is required. Suppose एक सेमेस्टर आप पढ़ाते हैं, सेमेस्टर के लिए 6 महीने तो पढ़ाना पड़ेगा, तो 6 महीने के लिए आप 3 कोर्स पढ़ाएंगे, 3 पेपर होंगे. तो 3 पेपर का मेजरमेंट होगा आपका एंड सेमेस्टर एग्जामिनेशन, है ना। एंड सेमेस्टर के लिए कितना पेपर होगा? 3 में तो 4 पेपर होगा, है ना। So like that way, to measure one assessment of a particular institution, we need the 5-year data. पिछले 5 साल का डेटा चाहिए। 5 साल में क्या होगा? एक करिकुलम के बारे में, व्हाट इज द न्यू कोर्सेज व्हिच यू हैव इंट्रोड्यूस्ड, व्हाट इज द न्यू प्रोग्राम यू हैव इंट्रोड्यूस्ड, प्रोजेक्ट बेस्ड लर्निंग है क्या, इंटर्नशिप है क्या, सो करिकुलम के बारे में हो गया, देन टीचिंग के बारे में, देन रिसर्च के बारे में, देन गवर्नेंस के बारे में, स्टूडेंट प्रोग्रेशन के बारे में, अलुमिनी के बारे में, देन इंस्टीट्यूशनल वैल्यूज एंड द वाटर हार्वेस्टिंग का बारे में, सबका बारे में सोचना पड़ेगा। जैसा हम एक व्यक्तित्व के लिए we see the face of a some person whether it is a good or not। तो दूसरा बात, कुछ लोग देखते हैं उसने क्या कपड़ा पहना है ना। दूसरा बात होता है ये इनका इंटेलेक्चुअल नॉलेज क्या है। तीसरा लोग सोचते हैं ये कैसा है। तो देयर इज अ ओवरऑल पर्सनालिटी डेवलपमेंट आल्सो विल बी देयर। व्हेन यू मेजर अ पर्सन, यू मेजर इन डिफरेंट वेज। अलग अलग लोगों के लिए अलग अलग मेजरमेंट होता है। वैसे ही NAAC असेसमेंट करने के लिए अलग अलग पहलू है। पहलू इन द सेंस 6-7 क्राइटेरियाज आर देयर। एवरी क्राइटेरिया इज मोर इम्पोर्टेंट। जैसा हमारा हाथ में 5 उंगलियां है, तो द लास्ट फिंगर इज आल्सो इम्पोर्टेंट, फर्स्ट फिंगर इज आल्सो इम्पोर्टेंट। सो ये चारों मिलके, पांचों मिलके हमारा एक हाथ होता है। वैसे ही एवरी क्राइटेरिया इज इम्पोर्टेंट। इट इज डज नॉट मीन दैट one is good, one is bad. It's not like that. Everything is required. So 5 साल का डेटा चाहिए। Simply is to tell you that honest representation होना चाहिए। कुछ कमियां होता है, सबका पास कुछ ना कुछ कमियां होता है। ऐसा नहीं किसी का पास कमियां नहीं, मेरा पास भी कुछ कमियां होगा, सिद्धार्थ जी का पास भी कुछ कमियां होगा, मगर हम कमियां को कैसे ओवरकम करते हैं उसका ऊपर निर्भर होता है इंस्टीट्यूशन प्रेजेंटेशन। वो भी एक अच्छा होना चाहिए।
Thank you so much, sir. Sir, there is a second part to this question asked by Shubhranshu Pan. He says that his institution has completed the first cycle of NAAC visit in 2016. Okay. But since then, they have not uploaded any AQAR yet. Okay. So the next NAAC visit is due on 2021.
Yes, ma'am.
So is it like okay to upload all the previous AQAR at the same time?
नहीं, at the same time नहीं हो सकते। सपोज मान लीजिए मैं आपको बताता हूँ, 4 सेमेस्टर का एक बीकॉम है, एमकॉम है ना, 4 सेमेस्टर का पेपर है। 4 सेमेस्टर एक ही बार स्टूडेंट एग्जामिनेशन ले सकता है? नहीं है ना। तो एक सेमेस्टर का बाद बच्चे को एग्जामिनेशन देना पड़ता है। Every year the AQR has to be submitted to the what you call NAAC. That is one thing. Second thing is that NAAC has made a small provision that the up to 31st October 2020 we have kept the open the portal. Suppose मान लीजिए 2014-15 का, 15-16 का, 16-17 का, 17-18 का, 18-19 का तक भी आपने सबमिट नहीं किया, अभी भी पोर्टल ओपन है। लेट देम सबमिट द थिंग। मैं और एक आपको चीज बताता हूँ, 5 साल का खाना एक बार हम खा सकते हैं? नहीं, नॉट पॉसिबल। कल का खाना आज नहीं हम खा नहीं सकते, बिकॉज पेट में इतना ही होता है। वैसे ही कॉलेज में भी हमारे को हर दिन हर चीज के लिए कुछ ना कुछ एक्टिविटी करते रहना है और उसका डॉक्यूमेंटेशन रखना है। ज्यादातर से डॉक्यूमेंटेशन इज आल्सो मोर इम्पोर्टेंट।
Actually, sir, the term is denoting that annual term is there, na? So AQAR means it has to be submitted annually. Annually, but if you don't submit, there is a scope. You just go through and put it.
मेघना मैडम इतना ही है। वो जो जिसने प्रश्न पूछा है उनके लिए एक ही है। अभी हमने लेट सबमिशन के लिए कुछ आइकन नहीं बनाया। अभी हमारा कंप्यूटर खोल के पता सकता है, सपोज 15-16 का आपने कब सबमिट किया। सपोज इफ यू सबमिटेड इन November 2020, विल कम टू नो दैट November 2020। हमने फाइन तो नहीं लगाएंगे, मगर कंप्यूटर में पता चलता है कितना लेट आपने सबमिशन किया है। तो वो प्रोविजन हम NAAC में करेंगे आगे से।
Okay, thank you so much, sir. The next question over to Mritika.
Thank you, Meghla. So I will be clubbing two questions together. These are very important, and as teachers, we also face the same problem.
Yes,
We have a lot of students who are like a first generation learners. They neither have an access to internet nor do they have access to e-learning modules. How are the different alternatives available for them, especially for those who belong to economically poor sections of the society, have access to online learning or e-learning or online classes? Do you have any ideas for the same? We would like to incorporate them in our own pedagogy for that.
मेरा मानना है मैडम, सपोज मैं बीए फर्स्ट ईयर में आया हूँ, है ना। मेरा माँ बाप इतना पढ़ा लिखा नहीं है ना। मेरे को फीस देने में भी कुछ दिक्कत होता है ना। कोई मेरा टीचर जो है उन्होंने भी फीस भर दिया है, सपोज फॉर एग्जांपल। मेरे को क्या है, मेहनत करना पड़ेगा। बच्चे को ये सिखाना है, मेहनत करना पड़ेगा। मेहनत इन द सेंस they have to work hard for that one. See, suppose if they are there in the 6 hours in a day in your college, है ना, लास्ट पीरियड में उनको कंप्यूटर सिखाना है। अब बैठो, जैसा हमारा बच्चे होते तो हम बोलते हैं बगल में बैठो, मैं सिखाता हूँ आपको क्या है करके। तो वैसे ही हमारे को भी कुछ ऐसा करना पड़ेगा, बच्चे को बगल में बिठाना पड़ेगा और कम से कम 1 हफ्ते तक कर दिए तो दूसरा बच्चा सीख जाएगा। Slowly they will be able to make. Only thing is that how you will be doing that depends upon you to look into it. Suppose मान लीजिए ईमेल खोलना है, सपोज ईमेल नहीं आता है, कंप्यूटर नहीं आता है। पहले क्या करते हैं बच्चे, पहले डरते हैं इन द सेंस जो हाथ लगाते हैं कंप्यूटर में डरते हैं, मेरे को फाइन लगा है तो मैं क्या होगा, कुछ टूट गए तो क्या होगा, मेरे को कैसे हो जाएगा, ऐसा करके कुछ डर होता है। So that you have to remove from the minds of the student, because you have to learn the psychology of the student and how you will be able to make up them in the next. So बच्चे जो सीख जाएगा, जो गांव का बच्चे होते हैं उनमें बहुत अच्छा तरह से सीखने का मन होता है। जब भी मन अच्छा रहेगा तो आपको सीखने के लिए थोड़ा सुविधा मिल जाएगा। If they made the activity based learning, I think they will be able to grasp the thing.
Sir, can I add some point to this, sir?
Yes.
Nowadays we are watching in our college also there are several students, so many students who are coming from rural belts, and they don't have smartphones also in some cases. But when they are coming from admission, they are following the same procedure. They're following the same procedure. And nowadays, we are watching that some student who do not write properly in English or in Bengali or in Hindi, but he can use the mobile for WhatsApp, for Facebook, or for other social media. They're very much chat savvy, isn't it? They can use the short languages also. So it is not a very hard thing to learn. So we, as very rightly said, that we have to assist them properly. Then they will learn. It is not a very big issue.
मैं हिंदी में इतना बोल सकता हूँ मृतिका मैडम, मन होते तो मैदान मिलेगा। मतलब क्या है, मन, आपका पास मन होते तो प्लेग्राउंड मिलेगा आपको, है ना। प्लेग्राउंड में आप फुटबॉल भी खेल सकते हैं, क्रिकेट भी खेल सकते हैं, वॉलीबॉल भी खेल सकता है। तो आपका मन अच्छा होना चाहिए।
Thank you, sir. I would like to inform you that these previous questions were asked by our own faculty members, one of them being Shilpa Ghosh. He graduated from Vidhan Chandra College and is currently a faculty of English department at Sri Rampur Girls College. I believe Meghlai has one more point to this discussion. And I'm going to ask you one last question, and that's how we end the question and answer section. Meghlai, you have a point to make?
Yes.
Go ahead.
Yes. Sir, in relation to this previous question, what if the students do not have access to internet or even a small like a basic smartphone? Because I have encountered certain students who use geophone, so they cannot use it for the video online classes or to read documents. So it is like very difficult for them, even if they want to do it, even if they're willing to do it, it's little difficult for them.
Pandemic situation, this situation has suddenly faced by the many people. It's not one or two. It has been faced by the many students also. That is one thing. कभी कभी क्या हो सकता है, if they could not see the video, they can listen to the voice recorder also. There are ways to look into it. They can listen to the voice, है ना? जैसा एक suppose if he is a person who is the जो अंधा होता है, उनका पास 21 सेंसेस विल बी देयर. जो सेंस होता है उसके वो महसूस कर सकता है. अगल बगल में दूसरा लोग चले गए तो वो बोलेंगे यही लोग चले गया. ऐसा ही स्टूडेंट का मन होना चाहिए, whether they will be used that recording, that minimum at least voice recorder will be. एक बात है. दूसरा बात है, if they could not access the things, then when they come to the college at a later stage in the college, you can provide the facility for the computer. Only thing is that if you does not have the access to the phone, you will have the access in the college to the computer. So computer में आपका समय देना पड़ेगा, because you have to give your time to listen to the through the computer. दूसरा बात है, suppose मान लीजिए आप एक क्षेत्र में हैं and you have a your friend will be there. आपका फ्रेंड होता है, उनका पास कुछ स्मार्टफोन होता है, दोनों मिलकर पढ़ लीजिए ना. So the peer teaching will be there. Then you can have two people together in a vicinity, they can do it. कभी कभी आपको जो स्टूडेंट है अभी they will help each other. So that also can be done. Only thing is that where there is a will, there is a way. आपका पास पढ़ने के लिए कुछ ऐसा माहौल होना चाहिए, आपका मन अच्छा होना चाहिए, आप कुछ भी कर सकते हैं.
Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you, sir, for your answers. There's one more question that I've received from Nihar Sarkar of City College. He or she is asking that if any college is accredited to NAAC by about 15 years back, okay, how should that college prepare for the next NAAC visit? What should be the game plan or the strategy for the same?
Next strategy for the college is that previous 5-year data is required. For example, if the college is going March 2020-21 में assessment के लिए जाएंगे, ऐसा करके सोचते हैं. पिछले 5 साल का क्या हो गया, 19-20, 18-19, 17-18, 16-17, 15-16. जो 15-16 से लेकर 19-20 तक का डेटा चाहिए. That means the college should have submitted the AQR of the previous 5 years. हमारा इतना ही है, जैसा आपके स्टूडेंट के लिए वर्कबुक बनाते हैं. मृतिका टीचर्स व्हाट सब्जेक्ट, आप क्या सब्जेक्ट पढ़ाते हैं? पॉलिटिकल साइंस. सपोज पॉलिटिकल साइंस पढ़ाने के लिए बीए फर्स्ट ईयर के लिए आपने एक वर्कबुक बनाया है ना, इंडियन कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन करके आपने एक चैप्टर बनाया पेपर, उसी के लिए स्टूडेंट को लिखने के लिए बताया. सपोज कंटिन्यूअसली इफ ही राइट्स 4 times इन द सेम पेपर, सो उनके लिए एग्जामिनेशन के लिए बहुत अच्छा आसानी हो जाएगा, है ना. वैसे ही कॉलेज इफ दे मेक द AQR कंसेक्यूटिवली 5 years, देन इजी फॉर द असेसमेंट के लिए. NAAC का जो अभी AQR है, इट इज मोर और लेस सिमिलर टू द SSR. अभी एक बार आप जैसे एक के बाद ऊपर आप एक करते रहेंगे तभी आपको डेटा मिलेगा. सपोज फॉर एग्जांपल 2015 से 2020 तक नंबर ऑफ PhD इन द फैकल्टी, 2 फैकल्टी रिटायर्ड हो गया, 2 फैकल्टी नया आ गया, वो सारा डेटा आप 5 साल का कर दिए तो आपका हाथ में आ जाता है. बेसिकली इट इज व्हाट यू कॉल, you have to be very strategic in the sense you have to collect the data every year, and number of students getting scholarship, number of students going for the placement, number of students in the national Olympiad में मैथमेटिक्स में गया है. वैसा करके आपका डेटा अच्छा तरह से एक डेटा टेम्पलेट अच्छा होना चाहिए. then only it will be easy for you. मैं एक समझता हूँ जो कंसेक्यूटिवली जो अच्छा काम करेंगे उनके लिए एग्जामिनेशन कोई वो डरते नहीं है ना. वैसे ही आप लोग कभी कभी अच्छा तरह से AQR बनाएंगे, NAAC कुछ भी नहीं है. NAAC 5 साल का डेटा इकट्ठा कर दीजिए, आपका साथ आ जाएगा, मगर हाउ टू प्रेजेंट दैट इज मोर इम्पोर्टेंट. सो उसके लिए एक स्किल होना चाहिए, ऐसा मैं सोचता हूँ.
Okay, answer the last question that I have received from S.P. Pandaji, and also speaking on behalf of a lot of other faculty members. We are currently participating in a lot of webinars on a day-to-day basis. Do you think the webinars hold any sort of a weightage for college NAAC criteria or for teachers cash criteria, professors cash? I mean, do you think is there any future of webinar in terms of weightage or marks? Because any webinar we join, the first thing people are always asking is a feedback link. That's not the most...
Not only feedback link, it is an e-certificate.
Yes, the e-certificate. So what I want to know is that, do these e-certificates, or we as faculty members participating in a lot of webinars for our faculty programs or refresher courses, do these hold any sort of weightage for the college per se and also for teachers per se?
Madam, actually, whatever you do, it does not go waste. So whatever you are doing, it may be the webinar, you are giving a lecture or you are listening to somebody, it does not go waste. It adds a value to your knowledge. That is first thing. And what you learned is more important. जो webinar में मैं गए थे, मैं आपको कल पूछ लूंगा, मृतिका मैडम, 3 things you tell me what you have learned from the Hegde lecture. Then आप ऐसे करने से कुछ नहीं होता है. तो आपको लिख के रखना पड़ेगा what you have learned from that particular webinar. तो मेरे को ऐसा चीज क्या मिला था उस समय से. दूसरा बात है, yes, the NAAC is also asking, जैसा हमने सेमिनार के लिए पूछते हैं कितना सेमिनार किया है, webinar also we are going to consider in the future. Right now the manual, what to call the template has to be modified according to the new situation that NAAC is going to do in the near future. We will also consider the webinar also, because the next 3 months we don't know the situation what will happen. So next 3 months down the line up to December, we need to keep this what to call platform alive, so that our thinking process, हमारा जो body, mind and soul has to completely work together for the better upliftment of the student. इसी के काम करते रहना.
Thank you so much, sir, for clarifying all our doubts and queries.
मैं खास तौर पर मैं 1 मिनट ले लूंगा आप लोगों से. मैं खास तौर पर हमारा सुदीप्ति रॉय और सोमा राय मैडम के लिए इतना ही है. जो कॉलेज अभी कुछ कोर्सेस और प्रोग्राम यू आर रनिंग है ना, मेरा निवेदन है, थोड़ा दूर से मैं जब भी मैं बेंगलुरु में बैठ के आपका कॉलेज का वेबसाइट देखता हूँ है ना, और बैचलर ऑफ वोकेशनल एजुकेशन कॉलेज में नहीं है, और कॉस्मेटोलॉजी के बारे में है, फैशन डिजाइनिंग के बारे में है, होम साइंस के बारे में, और ऐसा कोर्स जो महिला के लिए नहीं है कॉलेज में. तो मैं मानता हूँ कॉलेज को जो विमेन एम्पावरमेंट के लिए, वो कभी हो सकता है व्हाट यू कॉल ड्रेस डिजाइनिंग भी हो सकता है, टेलरिंग हो सकता है. मेरा मानना है, सपोज मान लीजिए एक लड़की कॉलेज में आएंगे, जब भी बीए करने के बाद उसको कोई जॉब नहीं मिलता है, सपोज लेट अस से, वो घर में बैठ के टेलरिंग भी करके वो अपना पाँव में रख सकता है. सो यू हैव टू बी सेल्फ सफिशिएंट आफ्टर गेटिंग द डिग्री. If I am getting the degree and after that also I am not be useful to the society, means that दुखी हो जाते हैं. तो दुखी नहीं होना चाहिए, because they have to be self-reliant. Self-reliant in the sense, अभी government of India and the Women and Child Department, Tribal Ministry and many ministries are having the Women Empowerment Program. और जो खास तौर पर हमारा जो पुराना HRD minister थे Dr. Smriti Irani madam, she used to tell that unless the women has been empowered in the society, you will not be able to change. जब कॉलेज होते तो कॉलेज जो women's college है, there are more than 5,200 colleges are women colleges in the country. मेरा रिक्वेस्ट है, निवेदन है आप लोगों से, कॉस्मेटोलॉजी के बारे में हो सकता है, होम साइंस के बारे में हो सकता है, फैशन डिजाइनिंग के बारे में हो सकता है, और जो व्हाट टू कॉल दिस इवेंट मैनेजमेंट के बारे में हो सकता है. देयर आर मेनी कोर्सेज आर अवेलेबल इन द बीवो. आप थोड़ा हटकर सोचना पड़ेगा. अगले जो पीढ़ी आएंगे, जो कॉलेज में जो नया बच्चे आएंगे 2021 के लिए, उनके लिए कुछ तो नया आप देना ही पड़ेगा। तो मेरा निवेदन है सोमा रॉय मैडम से और सभी फैकल्टी लोगों से, नया थोड़ा कोर्स नया लेने के लिए कोशिश करिए। बैचलर ऑफ वोकेशनल एजुकेशन के लिए थोड़ा जोरदार करना पड़ेगा, यूजीसी का साइट देखना पड़ेगा, कुछ ना कुछ नया आप करने के लिए प्रयास कर लीजिए। एक कदम क्वालिटी के लिए आप आगे बढ़े, आपका साथ और एक कदम आगे बढ़ने के लिए NAAC भी तत्पर रहेगा। एंड वी विश यू ऑल द बेस्ट।
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir, Dr. Ganesh Hegde. I have applied for 3 courses in this year in our UGC portal, skill development course. So if UGC approves, then I can do this. And ultimately, we should be very grateful to our virtual platform because you remain so busy, and now we have been able to hear from you. Otherwise, it not be possible because webinar before COVID-19 we are not so used with this virtual platform. So we should greet this virtual platform also. Thank you, sir, very much.
धन्यवाद, धन्यवाद, धन्यवाद।
Thank you so much for clarifying all our doubts. I now lead it over to Dr. Shayanti Talukdar for the next round of the webinar.
Thank you so much. I must first thank for the second session our resource person, Dr. Siddhartha Gupta, for his very wonderful presentation, so well informed and a detailed analysis. And I do thank Dr. Hegre and Dr. Basu for answering each and every query with so much dedication and sincerity. I must say your solutions were so ready to every tricky question. But sir, there is one request as a coordinator of IQAC from my Srirampur Girls College. We have been most active in this lockdown period, inspired by our principal ma'am, of course, and some suggestions being made to her by me. And we have come up with a lot of online classes in the various platforms, and we have started a series of webinars. Sir, our college is so active, almost all the departments. We are very busy with the webinars, so please kindly consider these webinars to be incorporated for some scoring in future. We are also going to present a report to you. So it's my earnest request to you. And yes. I do thank Mritika Nundi and Meglai Lama for conducting this session so cheerfully and efficiently. Now, I will request Mr. Shadhunath Kundu, Associate Professor and IQAC Coordinator of Bidhan Chandra College, to deliver his vote of thanks. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, madam.
Dr. Shadhunath. Yes.
Good afternoon to all. On behalf of the webinar committee of Srirampur Girls College and Bidhan Chandra College, I deem it a great honor and privilege to convey the vote of thanks on this memorable occasion. At the very beginning, I express my respect and gratitude to Professor S.C. Sharma, the Director of NAAC, Bangalore, as he plays an important role for the assessment of colleges and universities of the country. He has sent a message in this today's national webinar. We are extremely grateful to our chief patron, Honorable President, governing body of both the colleges, Srirampur Girls College and Bidhan Chandra College, Rishka, and respected MLA, Srirampur, Dr. Sudipto Rai, for his logistic support, interest, and valuable advice to organize such kind of educational event. Next, I extend a really hearty vote of thanks to our respected resource person and honorable speaker, Dr. Ganesh Anand Hegde. Sir, namaskar.
Namaste.
Advisor, NAAC, Bangalore, who despite his busy schedule has found time to deliver his valuable lecture in this national webinar. I acknowledge our gratitude to our another respected speaker and honorable resource person, Dr. Siddhartha Gupta, Principal, Bankura Jila Saradamoni Mahila Mahavidyapit, Bankura, for sharing his knowledge and valuable speech in a lucid manner. My heartfelt thanks to our well-wishers, members of our governing body of both the colleges for their continuous suggestion in this respect. My deep gratitude to Dr. Soma Rai, Principal, Srirampur College, Srirampur Girls College, and Dr. Ramesh Kaur, Vice Principal, Vidhan Chandra College, for their stewardship, support, vision, and commitment for this type of webinar. Last not least, I convey my lot of thanks and gratitude to Professor Suranjana Bhadra, Professor Shanti Talukdar, Coordinator IQC and NAAC of Srirampur Girls College, Professor Sharmishta Moitra, Professor Sandeep Majumdar, Professor Meghalaya Lama, and Professor Nitika Nandi. Now, I convey my gratitude to Dr. Subhajit Ghosh, Coordinator NAAC, and other members of IQC of Vidhan Chandra College, and all well-wishers of different colleges and non-teaching staff, professors, students of two colleges for their presence and cooperation in this webinar. Thank you, sir, again.
Thank you so much, Mr. Sadhunath Kundu, Associate Professor and IQAC Coordinator of Vidhan Chandra College. You have...
Thank you, madam. You can...
Can I continue?
You can just make one announcement that
Yes,
if you make the video on, you can make one screenshot so that you can keep it in the record of your webinar. All the faces will come in the screen.
Okay, first let me do that. Okay, let me thank him.
It is only for your record purpose.
Yes, sir, definitely.
You have attended the program. You can just make an announcement.
Okay. As Dr. Hegre suggests, I would request all the participants, those who are present now, please keep your cameras on so that we can click a photo which can be saved for the future. So please do the needful. Please keep your cameras on now. And someone please take a picture. I would request.
There only.
I can take a screenshot myself. Yes.
Yes.
Please be on the screen, everyone. I can see the happy faces. Thank you, Dr. Hegre, for this beautiful suggestion.
Shondip?
Yes, madam.
Hello?
Yeah, ma'am. Yes, madam.
You can do it, huh? You can take the photo.
Yeah. Yes.
Please, Dr. Shondip Majumdar, do it as suggested by sir. This will be remembered for a long time. And as I was thanking Mr. Sadhunath Kundu, you have been so elaborate in, rather I would say very precise, but you have taken each and every name to thank, to express your heartiest thanks, which has been really wonderful and very touching, the last vote of thanks given by you. Now the concluding words. Thank you. Now the concluding words from me as coordinator of IQAC. We have had some truly enriching, informative, and fruitfully productive sessions today. We have learned a great deal, sir. All the participants, the professors, the principals, the teachers, I think even some students from different colleges have learned a great deal about the criteria, the guidelines, the relevant issues that are needed to fulfill, that are required in the revised procedure of NAAC. Now, I must say, I have to thank Dr. Hegre once more, rather both the scholars. I would start with Dr. Hegre. Please, sir, don't do this. You are a very honored person. You have done a great job today. I am extremely thankful. And it is with, sir, what you did, like I noticed that the NAC, the criteria, you have been very elaborate and eloquent in saying, of course, that is there needed to score points. But what struck me, what I found striking is the very beginning of your speech. That set the backbone of the entire session. The first session, that the points have been so reflective of certain issues, like I would say the first being the vision and the mission of the institution, the inculcation of long-term values and the foresight to move ahead. Secondly, a small change in our perspectives can generate miracles. Yes, miracles indeed. You have given an example of 6. From one perspective, which is 6, from another perspective, it is 9. It is all about perspectives. A person standing on land, thrilled to see a boat arriving, and another perspective, the person in the boat, so happy that I'm ultimately reaching the shore. That was wonderful. And you said that setting that core values, there were several 5 points which we have taken note of, and the flowchart presentation, the importance of responsibility, support, innovation, leadership, ethics, integrity, trust, and so on. So I must say these have been very, very inspiring. And the metrics, what you also said, after we go back to the old normal from the new normal within quote, once we start our sessions, the setting of 2 alumni sessions for guiding the students, both principal ma'am and I have taken note of this factor. And you also said metrics, line deviation information to be taken care of. So sincere, heartfelt thanks to you, Dr. Hegre. And we are extremely grateful. Now I must I must thank our second scholarly speaker, Dr. Siddhartha Gupta. Thank you, sir, for the very informative presentation, detailed analysis of the qualitative, quantitative metrics, SSR, then preparing software, collection of data of students' progression, alumni registration portals, proactive functional alumni association, process of verification, and so on. You also said that students should be made aware. Of course, most of the students do not know what is NAAC all about. They hear from us, but they still wonder what the teachers are speaking about. So they need to be made aware. The students' feedback collection, online methodology, video tutorials, demonstrations in the NAAC website. You also said about the criteria-based assessment. It constitutes the backbone of NAAC. Indeed so. And the emerging issues in the revised frameworks to be taken care of, especially the criterion 2 being explained to you very, very efficiently, with special emphasis on the teaching, learning, evaluation, the mentoring system, which we had started just before the lockdown. We are going ahead with it and just abruptly stopped. We have to start it again. With your guidance, we might ask again, and the green audit, which is also a concern. I can go on and on because each of your point has been extremely significant. Heartfelt gratitude to you for such lucid presentation. So I will say the last few lines, that the NAAC's accreditation process follows a holistic, systematic, and objective approach for institutional improvement. Moreover, the assessment process provides an opportunity for the institution to 1, measure its effectiveness and efficiency, identify its strengths and weaknesses, and last, take necessary steps for improvement. All these steps help us to carefully learn how the self-study report SSR is prepared, and it also helps the institution to assess itself. When under the revised NAAC procedure, may education thrive and flourish. May knowledge shine brighter than ever before. And Dr. Hegre, there was one projection on screen which also been mentioned by Dr. Shomishta Moitro. Yes, as a philosopher, also I study philosophy. I'm a teacher of philosophy. I'm still a student of philosophy. The Heraclitus quote that there is nothing permanent except change, very rightly put forward on screen by you. And sir, earnest thanks, heartfelt sincerity on part of both the colleges. And I do thank our dear audience, all the participants here who have been here for quite more than 3 hours, it is, of course, and for your patient hearing and cooperation and kind understanding of everything. Sir, I wish you everyone, all the participants and our scholars and all those who are present, a sound mind and a good health. We have to be very careful. I do not know when the happy times are to be back. we will be again sitting in classroom and teaching. For virtual platform is on. And thank you sincerely, everyone. Stay happy, stay healthy. Namaskar.
Namaskar. Namaskar.
Thank you,
Thank
sir.
you, sir.
Thank you.
Shubhechha.
Yeah, we have captured few photos, so we'll share it later. Yeah, sure.
Thank you so much, Dr. Shundit Mujumdar. Thank you. Okay.